वही बवा दोगे 5 मिनट रिकॉर्ड नहीं।
हाँ 7 मिनट।
हाँ
हाँ हाँ। वो तो
लगता है कि वो नेट पे था।
हाँ हाँ उसने उसमें वो भी खराब हुई तो कुछ चला नहीं।
किस कंपनी से लिए हैं ये मशीन? हार्डवेयर
ये
अच्छा
सब
तो नहीं
अपना
है?
है अच्छा थोड़ा सा हो सकता है किसी के तो किसी और होगा तो
क्या वो चल नहीं रहा था, रिकॉर्ड नहीं हो रहा था?
मशीन भी
किस लिए होगा?
हाँ,
बता
तो
दिया।
अगला हाँ पावरफुल हाँ ये ले लिया और फर्स्ट को मैं बोल देता हूँ फर्स्ट में आता है ऊपर हो ना अभी
मैं तो नीचे था ना पानी देने
अब जाओ बैटरी उसको ले लेना बैटरी लेके जाना क्या करना है छोड़ दो तुम अपना काम लो उसको छोड़ो गार्ड्स को भेज दूंगा इसको छोड़ो तुम्हें जहाँ जाना है बोला हुआ बैटरी बैटरी मांगो बैटरी बैटरी मांगना है ना
स्टार्ट में लेगा वो जब उन्होंने सुना ना वहाँ पे
मैंने उसके बाद देखो सुन लिखा उसको लिखा है ना
ठीक है वो जो वहाँ पे सुना
जो बोल रहा है वो चार्ज पर लगा देना उसके बाद नीचे जाना
कल ऑडियो में क्या करना था वो आपके बहुत ज़्यादा पता परसेंट तो कोई कम कर हुआ ये मैंने कम करवाया अभी ये है ना क्या तो ऑडियो के लिए स्पेशली वो हम लोग छोटा सा हिस्सा हाँ अपनी रिकॉर्डिंग सेटअप में अपना जो सेटअप है वो यहाँ वाला होगा मेरे वेंडर का है वो छोटा सा बच्चन का हाँ ठीक है उसको अभी आपको हमारा बताया हुआ हमने कितने सेटअप लगे हमारा एक 6 महीने के लिए वहाँ पे लगा उसमें एक गया है ठीक है एक विकास लेके गया है अभी जो आज आ गया वो आज वो दूसरे सेटअप पे जा रहा है ऐसे में वहीं पे जहाँ पे लास्ट आए थे ना वहाँ पे शाम को से प्रोग्राम उसमें लेके गया है नीचे अपने पास वही है छोटा वो है ना अब वहाँ वो वही मिलेगा आपको आज अभी तो सेटअप है ना इस पर तो वही मिलेगा आपको उस पर वही मिलेगा आपको जब अभी आगे साल था उससे आप अपने बॉडी में ऑडियो मैनेज कर सकते हैं वही मिलेगा आपको आगे से वही मिलेगा आज तो ये
नीचे जाना तो सामने
आप कहीं भी जॉब करते थे क्या अभी वहाँ पे भी यही सेम काम होता है ये तो लाते थोड़े वो है छोटे इमरजेंसी में क्या करें जब टाइम तो इसको कैरी करने में दिक्कत इस पे कैरी करने में बड़ा एक आदमी को एक बंदा उसने क्या उसको बैग में डाला सीढ़ी पकड़ लिया बैग पे लगाया और सामान भी छोटा मोटा वो भी चला जाता बैग के साथ उसमें इसके लिए हाँ कैरी करने में कोई इशू लेकिन स्पेशली देखा जाए तो अच्छा इजी होता है ये आपका तो दुकान वो है कि उसमें यहाँ कुछ पास का था पूरा एक हमने का किया था पूरा में चलो पूरा सेटअप एलसीडी भी फट गया वो भी एप्पल का वो भी फट गया मिक्सर था मिक्सर पूरा यूपीएस की तरह टेस्टिंग की होगी ओपनिंग था टेस्टिंग में सारा काम ये भी जब से किया था विकास था अभी जैसे हम लोग है ना करते ही टेस्टिंग है 1 घंटे का काम है क्या अभी ये तो लगता है ये नॉर्मली आपको कोई इशू नहीं लेकिन मैक लेने जाओ आप 1 लाख से नीचे करेंगे
मेरा हाथ है अगर की तो
ऐसे थोड़ा होगा मुश्किल 3-4 लाख का हाँ 3-4 लाख नया इसको एक से आराम पावर मिलेगा
वो कहाँ देना है बात उसको ये बिजनेस लाया है
अरे लास्ट में उसका बंदा लाया नहीं था जिससे
वो दोनों मिला कर बनाया तो नहीं ऐसा नहीं होता मेरा एक बार कांड हो चुका है मैंने 8 दिन की बल्टी कर रहा था हो गया कांड बिना यूपीएस लगाया था 2 दिन चल गया तब से उसी
हम
दिन
आप कभी जैसे वो उन लोगों ने क्या किया आलस कर गया थोड़ा सा
यूपीएस करके
चलो यार एक्स्ट्रा होगा टेस्टिंग 1 घंटे का कोई वीडियो नहीं आ रहा, कोई ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा उसमें, तो FCB भी मंगा ली वहाँ से, ऑफिस से, वो भी गाड़ी में पड़ी, सारा मतलब ऑफिस से खाली कर दिया, जितनी मशीन है सारी मंगा ली, फटाफट लेके करके आती गई, तो लगे नहीं, हालांकि जब तक वो आए जब तक वो यहाँ सेट हो गया,
क्या पंगा क्या हुआ था?
वो पता नहीं कभी अपना स्विचर है वो हैंग हो गया, इतना सा वो है वो कभी हैंग हो गया, कभी मशीन हैंग हो गया, फिर खास करके ये होता है कि हमारे जो बॉस होते हैं ना वहाँ पे साला ऐसा पंगा होता है, वो मतलब करते हैं मुश्किल से,
अभी आप मशीन पे काम
उसके बाद क्या उस समय नहीं ना जब गया कि क्या चक्कर है, सुबह से
Good morning, everyone. It's 10:15, so welcome to the first parallel session for the day. It's my pleasure today to introduce Megan Davis, who'll be speaking to us about a particular community, speech community in Afghanistan. So without further ado, I'll pass on the floor to Megan Davis. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Megan Davies, and it is my honor and privilege to share with you today. Afghanistan. I would hazard a guess that many of you have some pretty strong preconceived notions when you hear the name of the country. When I arrived here at the Delhi airport 2 days ago, the immigration official asked me where I was flying from. And when I said Afghanistan, he said, "You're crazy." And you might tend to agree with him. But my hope is that if nothing else you take from my session today, it will be encouragement that there are positive and good things happening in Afghanistan, in spite of what you might hear on the media. Afghanistan is an ethnically diverse country. According to the Ethnologue, there are 40 living languages, and the nation's official languages are Dari and Pashto, with Dari spoken mostly in the north and western parts of the country, and Pashto spoken in the south and the east. The majority of the remaining languages can be found in the northern and eastern parts of the country, which are more geographically isolated due to mountainous terrain. Mutually unintelligible varieties of Pashai account for 4 of the country's 40 languages. So broadly speaking, there's one Pashai ethnic identity, but 4 separate languages. And my focus today, as well as the work of the NGO Serve Afghanistan, is on only one of these Pashai languages, which is spoken by roughly 125,000 people. So here's some brief images of some Pashai people to give you a mental image of what they look like. These are real people that I'm talking about. And looking at a map of Afghanistan, the 4 Pashai varieties that I mentioned are found in 5 provinces in the eastern part of Afghanistan, mostly in that area right there. And what I'm focusing on in my project with Serve Afghanistan is that variety of Pashai is in Nangarhar, which is highlighted. This is officially labeled as Southeast Pashai by the Ethnologue, although I don't know any Pashai who would actually refer to their language as that. And zooming in on the province of Nangarhar, the districts that are predominantly Pashai are right there on the northern part, the Dari Nur Valley and Kuz Kunar district. And Dari Nur is a valley, and Kuz Kunar is set at the base of that valley. It opens up into the city of Jalalabad, which is a central commercial hub for the region. And in case you're ever on holiday in Afghanistan and want to do some sightseeing, the Dari Nur Valley is an absolutely beautiful place to visit. I would recommend it. So now for a quick overview of the situation in the country in the 1990s before language work was begun. There is a huge problem of economic struggle. Poverty was a huge problem. And the size of families, where somewhere around 8 to 10 children was quite common, combined with lack of educational opportunities and geographic isolation, all contributed to the severity of the economic situation. And the country was in a civil war from 92 to 96. In 96, the Taliban took control of the country. Under the Taliban, girls were not allowed to receive any education at all. And specifically for Pashai boys, even their educational opportunities were limited as and the only education was in Pashto. That was the language of instruction. And that naturally is unfamiliar to most Pashtun children. So attitudes about Pashtun regarding their language ranged anywhere from shame to ambivalence. For women who rarely went outside of the home and were not a part of the education system, not a part of the workforce, there was never any need for any language besides Pashtun. So they didn't feel any sense of particular shame or pride about their language, it just was. That was the only language they needed. Men were more likely to have a sense of shame about their language due to having more interactions with the majority Pashtun speakers. Many Pashtuns, even in Jalalabad and areas around Darinur and Kuskunar, didn't really know a whole lot about the Pashtun. And our current project manager, who's the Pashtun, recounts when he started the project in '99, he himself didn't even know a whole lot about the Pashtun and didn't have a strong feeling about them one way or the other. But there are clearly some Pashtuns who developed a negative view of Pashtun, probably due to their low education or poor Pashto skills. And the quote I have there below reflects the perception that some Pashtun had of the Pashtun's view of them. One of my colleagues, Sarav, likes to say quite frequently that people thought we were only good for being bodyguards or chokidars, which is a kind of guard or doorman, that they didn't have any particular skills or abilities beyond just guarding. So in the late 1990s, the felt needs of community were evaluated. There was a linguist involved in starting up the project at the time, and there was a desire for providing educational opportunities since they were so limited. But in talking with community members and seeing what their actual desires were, it became apparent that they didn't really care a whole lot about education, that their economic struggles meant that for them, they were more concerned with what they were going to eat that day than thinking long term about educational opportunities or opportunities for their children. So to try and address this issue of poverty and economic struggle, an animal husbandry project was started. And that actually has continued to today and is expanded into surrounding districts and even to a surrounding province, and has been handed over and is under the control of the communities now. So that has made an impact on the economic situation of the Pashtun, and as the years went by, over a couple of years, the impact that that helped to make, in combination with the fall of the Taliban in 2001, allowed people to have more of a long-term focus and begin thinking more about the benefits of education. And so my organization, SERV, started the first Pashto literacy courses around that time, shortly after the fall of the Taliban. And they had been receiving requests from the community at this time that they wanted Pashto literacy. And they had talked with community members about the idea of mother tongue education in Pashtun, but it was really clear that people didn't want that. That what's the point of any sort of education in our mother tongue? That for people who want to get jobs, that Pashto is the only beneficial language. And so, trying to meet the desires of the community, then Pashto literacy courses were started. And a challenge that was faced with that was that the community was quite familiar with NGOs working in the area, and many of those NGOs tended to provide either food handouts or monetary incentives to get students to attend their courses. And our organization wasn't going to do that, and people complained a lot. But our staff members were very firm in their response. So they said, "We're sorry, you can come to our course or not come to our course as you like, but we're not giving you handouts." And so eventually the complaints stopped and people kept coming. In 2003, there was a meeting to develop the Pashtun orthography. This is a really significant time in, I think, the whole history of the Pache language, and certainly for our project. And in this meeting, community elders and leaders that represented the whole valley, because there are various districts up and down the valley, or there are various varieties of Pache up and down the district. And so elders, leaders that represented these different varieties came to this meeting, and over a course of a few days, this meeting was facilitated by a linguist and could provide suggestions. Eventually, everyone at the meeting came to a conclusion on an established orthography, an alphabet for the Pache language. And here's some pictures from that meeting. And out of that meeting, then certain people that were in attendance then were chosen to form an official Pache language committee. And these again are elders, respected teachers, religious leaders, representatives of other dialects of Pache in the valley. And we're all formed, or came together to form a committee of about 20, 25 people that is still functioning today. And their function is to check materials that are produced in Pache for their accuracy, for spelling, for use of the orthography, and to approve that these are produced for and by our community. And that is a picture of the Pache language community. So then in the year after that, in 2004, a significant step by the Afghan government is that a new constitution was released, and part of that constitution was that some minority languages, not all, but some of them were given official standing, and Pache was one of those that was given an official standing in the country. An unfortunate part is the Pache was listed as one language instead of the four that it actually is. And also in those years, in the more towards 2005, then the first Pache books were developed. And the first really major book was a primer to use in future literacy courses. And I have an example of that in one of the tables in the back, along with some other books if you want to check it out after the session. So some challenges that came with the first books that were developed in Pache was agreement on the actual application of the orthography that had been developed. It's one thing to get together and decide, okay, yes, this is our alphabet, these are the letters we want to use. And it's another thing to actually develop materials and say, okay, how do we spell this word? How do we spell that word? And it turned out that there was a lot of disagreement amongst the Pache about how... yeah, the script, the writing system, and the alphabet, yeah. So that, as materials were developed at that time, there was just a ton of back and forth, and inside the committee arguing and disagreement about how do we want to spell our language. And another challenge at that time, as books started being produced, there was some challenge of community acceptance. And there were suspicions among the community. They saw this organization is really focused on our language, and why? What are their intentions? Is there some hidden motive, some hidden agenda? They saw that there were foreigners involved, why? So that was a challenge for our team members, and they did an amazing job of responding to those rumors that went around, that they just showed the materials that we were producing, said, look at them for yourselves, read them, this is what we're doing. You see if you think it's good work or not. We're not doing anything else that's hidden. And in time, those rumors stopped, and people saw themselves that this project was benefiting their community. So moving into 2005 to 2010, in 2006, the first Pache literacy courses were started. And by that time, community members had started to change their opinions. Before, back in the early 2000s, they didn't want any Pache, it was only Pashto. But when we started Pache literacy courses, then people started to get excited about it. And here's some pictures of those Pache literacy courses back from 2006. And so going along with that, you could see that Pache people started getting more interested in the development of their own language. And they're actually willing to pay for the Pache books that are being developed. And as the Pache literacy courses were starting up, there's more and more demand. There are more students that wanted to attend. And these literacy courses were primarily for adults that wanted to become literate in their own language. In 2009, the Pașai Project received the UNESCO Literacy Prize, and that was really significant, I think, in providing encouragement for our team members, that we're really doing something that is worthwhile and that is being recognized, and motivated them to keep going and keep working hard in the work that they were doing. You also see, around that time, also in 2009, that the government was making attempts to support mother tongue education, which is really significant and really great. And that time, Pașai textbooks for the government curriculum were delivered to the Dari Nor Valley. However, the government had developed these textbooks in one of the Pașais that was not the language of the people in Dari Nor. It was one of the ones in another province. And when the teachers went to try and teach from these textbooks, they couldn't understand anything in them. They couldn't teach from them. The students certainly couldn't learn from them. And the result was that these textbooks were just thrown out and not used at all. And so, well, it's really great that the government is making attempts to support mother tongue education. It's also unfortunate that they don't really recognize the situation in the communities, what the languages actually spoken are. And actually just a few weeks ago, I think about 3 weeks ago, an updated version of these textbooks was delivered again to our community. And again, in a different language that people couldn't use. And again, they get thrown out, which is really very unfortunate and a sad waste of money and resources. So, around this time, there are more Pașai books that continue to be developed based on the interests of community members, some collections of short stories. I also have back on a table back there if you want to look at. In 2010, something that our team members are really proud of, a collection of Pașai proverbs, and is also translated into 3 other languages. And those are things that people could just get really excited about, that they recognize, oh yeah, these are ours. And during these years there are also things that set the stage for an upcoming mother tongue-based Emily program for young children. They could begin to learn first in their own mother tongue. A new project advisor joined the project that had training in MLE, and our Pașai local team members went to Thailand to receive training themselves in MLE. And then finally in 2011, our preschool, which is officially called the School Preparation Program, along with later and after school program was started. It's a 5-year cycle. There are 2 years of preschool before they start into the government schools, and then for 3 years, their first 3 years in the government schools, they come to our courses and get to review what was taught in Pashto in Pașai. And that's you making use of the primer that was originally developed back in 2005, and also using curriculums designed to prepare students for the curriculum in the government, and also using the transfer primer that was developed to help students transition from Pașai to Pashto. So making use of those materials in a setting that's child-friendly and fun. And there are courses both for boys and for girls, and try to start 10 new courses each year. And so there's some pictures of that preschool and after school program with really adorable children. And now into some more recent years, continuing with the past few years. A dictionary was started a number of years ago. I joined the project 2 years ago, and it had been going on for a couple of years before that. And it's an exciting thing to have an official dictionary for your language, and really important in terms of gaining respect. And so it's something that will be, I think, a longer-term sort of project. And it's one of my focuses right now that I'm working with my colleagues on developing. And we've been, for some time, considering expanding our courses to other areas, to districts outside of Dari Nor and Cuscunar, to the province to the west. And our project members are actively working to get to know the people in these other communities, to see what their needs are, their desires are. And I think the motivation is definitely there. The desire is there in the other communities to receive education in Pașai. But there's some pretty significant challenges to actually carrying out an expansion like that. One is funding. That our funding for our project comes from foreign donors, and the reality is that on the world stage, funding for Afghanistan is not a really popular thing at the moment, and is decreasing. And security is also a challenge. That in the areas around where we're working, it's a relatively volatile area, even in terms of Afghanistan's standards. And while where we're working, our team members feel very safe. It's their own people, their own homeland. I'm able to travel there relatively freely, even as a foreigner. When they think about traveling to communities where they don't know the people, and in communities where there are significant security issues, then it's a logistical challenge. And we continue to have Pashtun books being produced. And during this time, as we've seen technology really advance so quickly in the past years, our team members have learned something important about the process of developing materials and checking them before they're printed. Because all of our materials still go through that Pashtun language committee that I mentioned before. That they check it, go through it. And so they tried sometimes to use computers and projectors to present these materials. The people in this committee are mostly elders, older people that have no exposure to hardly any technology. And when they see these materials in some sort of format like that, then they think, oh, it's fixed, it can't be changed. And no matter how much we tried to convince them that no, that's really a challenge for them, that they can't get out of their head actually, that once it's in a technological format, it can still be changed. And so that's something that my team members especially wanted me to share with all of you, that consider that, how technology impacts people that aren't accustomed to it when you're looking at producing materials and checking them. And a current focus in terms of book production, my particular focus right now is training our local project members to do it all by themselves. Because to this point, while they've been very integrally a part of the process, books are only produced when there's a foreign linguist or foreign person involved in that process. And I don't think that should be the case. I think the Pashtun should be able to go through that process of producing their own books by themselves. So I'm working with my Pashtun colleagues to get those skills to be able to do that. And so just some personal stories from our project. On the right, the picture on the right is a girl named Muska, and she's the girl on the right in that picture. And she is now a student in our preschool program. And before she started in the program, she was essentially mute. She didn't speak at all, and her family didn't know why. They thought that maybe she had some sort of hearing problem or intellectual challenges, but she just didn't talk. And when a preschool class was started up in their village, and she was given the opportunity to join, her mother thought, well, what's the point? If she can't talk, then there's no point in her receiving education. But for some reason, her father pushed for her to at least get the chance to attend, to try out the course. And so she went, and with time, she started talking. She started participating in the classroom events, and she started learning things. And her parents were absolutely shocked at this transformation, and what a role that a course like this could play in bringing about change in someone, and made them become excited and even advocates for this program themselves. And they say that actually she, compared to her older siblings who are in government school, they consider her to be a better student now. So that's Muska, and on the left is Sorab, and he's in that picture on the left side. He's in our program, one of my colleagues that I work with in developing books. And he started in our project in 2003. And at that time, he was there mostly to have a job. He wasn't particularly excited himself about his mother tongue. Not that he wasn't, but He was there mostly for the job. And around that time, there were the problems of the rumors and suspicions in the community about the intentions of our program. And he started doubting himself what our program really was about and not knowing how to respond to the community. And he got an opportunity around that time to travel to Thailand and receive training. And during his training, he got to see other Muslim communities in Thailand that had mother tongue education and got to see impacts from that on their communities. And it really opened his eyes. This isn't something that's just happening here in my community or here in Afghanistan. There's people over the world that are involved in this, and it is making a difference in people's lives all over the world. And people from all backgrounds, people that are also Muslim as well, are benefiting from this. And so when he saw that, he came back and really started getting excited about the potential that this had for his own community. And today, he's one of the biggest advocates that I personally know for mother tongue education and how it has the potential to transform people's lives. And as an aside, the other person in that picture is his brother-in-law, who didn't catch the vision for a really long time, that even up to a couple years ago was really skeptical about the work that our program was doing, and would even tease Sorab about, what are you even doing? What's your work? What's the point of it? And he became, 2 years ago, my Pashtun language teacher, so I could learn the language. And he started seeing, oh, our language is really complicated. I can't even explain it. And started gaining respect for the complexity, first, of his own language. And since then, he's also become a part of our project and started helping develop materials. And now he also is really proud to see when our books come back. This is about a month ago when our latest book, a collection of riddles in Pashtun, came out. That he was just enthralled when it came back and enjoyed reading it. So that's been exciting for me personally to watch that transformation in him. So looking at signs of change on a larger scale among the Pashtun community, in Kuzkunar, in the district below Darinur, you see that Pashtun communities are being strengthened. That previously used to be somewhat majority Pashtun with a significant Pashtun population. The tendency about 10 or so years ago was the Pashtun population was increasing and Pashtun was decreasing. And in the time since then, you see that trend being reversed, that the Pashtun population is no longer increasing over the Pashtun population. The Pashtun population is actually strengthening and increasing right in that area. You also see an increase of mother tongue-based instruction in the government schools. And the reason for that is that the teachers that we use in our program are sometimes also teachers in the government schools. And as they receive training in our courses and using Pashtun in their courses, then they carry that back into the government classrooms in their communities. So that's really exciting. You also see that people are paying pretty significant amounts of money to purchase Pashtun books, in some cases up to the equivalent of $5, which for an area like that is really a lot. And you also see the books sell out really quickly. We're very regular having to do reprintings of our books. You also see that people are more confident in using Pashtun in public settings. You heard a lot of stories in the past about in classrooms where there's any mixed population. You hear singers that are Pashtun. You would always use Pashtun in any sort of public setting, because there's a sense of shame about using their mother tongue. But more and more you hear stories of these people using Pashtun also in public settings. I also used to hear stories about parents sometimes trying to use Pashtun in their homes so that their children would become more and more comfortable with Pashtun and give them opportunities. And so you're seeing less and less of that now. And I don't think there's ever a huge percentage of the Pashtun that would do this and try to use Pashtun in their homes, but that trend of where it was occurring is also reversing. And you see also with the books that have been produced in Pashtun, that also gives greater respect for the Pashtun among the majority Pashtun community. And I personally know of instances where Pashtuns have even requested Pashtun books. And they are even sometimes willing to buy them because they're so impressed by them and like them. And we also see very regularly that children that have been involved in our preschool and after-school program do a lot better in the government school setting than their peers that aren't in those programs. You can visit the classes, and it's the children in our program that are first to raise their hand and are ready to answer the questions and are really actively participating in that setting. So that's encouraging to see that it really makes a difference, and also makes me sad for the children that didn't have that opportunity. And looking ahead, how do we make a project like this sustainable? This is, for many projects, for many programs, a really difficult problem, and certainly for ours as well. As I referred to before, the funding we receive from foreign donors is being reduced every year. And at the same time, the government is not ready or able to fully take on mother tongue education in the schools or to take on our program. And so it's something we're trying to figure out and don't have a whole lot of answers to at this point that seem really realistic or feasible about how is this project really going to continue into the future. We also realize that we need to get better at networking. And networking includes with other minority language groups in Afghanistan. And there are many different minority groups I've referred to before, and some of them there is language work going on, development and literacy programs. And also in the wider region outside of Afghanistan, to share what we've learned, to learn from others, and to network with different groups. We also need to get a lot better at networking with other NGOs that are involved in related work. Especially ones like UNESCO and UNICEF mentioned that there's that passion for education, but there is some sort of sense that we have that at least in how those organizations are working in our area, that we have some different methodologies or ways about carrying out our work. And it's been a challenge to really connect with those organizations in a positive or helpful way, but it's something that we'd like to get better at. For our local project members, how do they continue to develop their skills, receive more training? In Afghanistan, there's no opportunities for formal training in language development or MLE. If they want to get that sort of training, they need to go to another country, and that's not always feasible. So how can that happen? Also, something that I'm right now struggling with is how do we proceed with our dictionary? And what I'm kind of grappling with at this moment is the dictionary was started before I joined the project, and it was started as a trilingual dictionary in Pashtun, in Pashto, and in English. And so as I started the project, I continued with how it had been started. But as we continue to work on it, I wonder more and more if a trilingual dictionary is really going to be that helpful to people, because the quality that you can produce when you're dealing with 3 different languages in that size of a text of a dictionary is limited. And so my own question is if we could better serve the people and provide a better quality dictionary if we're just working with 2 languages, Pashtun and Pashto. But when I start to introduce this idea to my colleagues and coworkers, they think, no, if you take away English, you're taking away opportunities. And so that's something I'm grappling with, and actually when I go back from this conference, I'll probably be sitting down to talk with our team and really try and weigh out really what the advantages are, disadvantages are of going either way, and looking through, trying to explain to them what it would actually look like, and balancing what their desires are, which is primarily to have English in their dictionary, but also looking at what will really be the most useful and serve the people the best in the long run. And also looking into the future, the really long-term impact of the preschool and after-school program that we're running, the mother tongue-based MLA program. That's going to be more evident about 10 years or so from now, because the first kids that started in that first preschool class, it was in 2011, they're now just finishing or going through their 3rd grade year. And so to see what effects that will have on their future, you're looking at 10 or more years by the time they're graduating, hopefully going to college or going into the work field, and see what that looks like. So we can't say at this point, but are looking forward to seeing what those more long-term results are. So with all of these points, especially the questions that we have, the struggles that we have looking into the future, if any of you have any thoughts from your experiences in your own work, in your own projects, in your own experience that you've had in various areas, if you have any thoughts, I would really love to hear anything you might have to share, because these are things that are really, really big problems for us. They're really things that we're considering. But we're very hopeful for the Pache that even though for the country as a whole, sometimes people don't have so much hope for what's going on there, for the insecurity that's going on, that there are good things, and that there are encouraging things. And the Pache are one of those. The story of the Pache and education are one of those stories that I am excited about, and that the people themselves are proud to share about. So it's been my pleasure to share with you this morning, and thank you for your attention. I think I'll leave it.
Thank you, Megan, for your talk today. It's always nice to hear about what's going on in Afghanistan beyond the awful reports that we all get from the media. The floor is now open to questions and comments. If you have any, please raise your hands. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and that was a really very well done presentation and very informative.
Thank
I
you.
have 3 questions. Well, one of them I think we should talk about afterwards, which is the question of the multilingual dictionary, because we might have something to talk about. The other questions, though, are more for a broader audience. One is, I was wondering, when you looking at the picture of the language committee, it was all men.
Yeah.
Could you perhaps expand a bit about on what that means for how women interact with the language, or how how that gender issue works? And then the second question is, when working on developing the dictionary, you talked about how there are lots of debates about the orthography was a big debate. How is it? What is the process that you're going through so that you don't sit there and spend 3 hours talking about every single word?
Yeah, great questions. Thank you. Yes, our language committee is all men, and that's a bit of a reflection of the culture in the society, that at least right now, it's not a possibility for women to be involved in official sort of capacity in the development of their own language. So it's one of the more conservative areas of Afghanistan, which as a country is a fairly conservative society. So women are involved through their husbands in most capacities of life. And so that's an option also for them. The female family members of the Pache language community would also be the respected women among the community, because usually it happens as a whole family, that if a man is respected, then their whole family will be respected in the community. So to some extent, there are ways for the women in those families to contribute through their husbands, because that's just naturally how it works for women, to contribute to more public things in the community. But in official sort of capacity, it's at this point only men. So, and in your second question, with going through the dictionary and figuring out how words are spelled, quite a bit has been established since so many books have been developed over the past years for at least the most common and reoccurring words, how those are spelled. And those things have been vetted by the Pashtun language community and have an established precedent. When we come upon words that don't have that sort of established precedent or a really solid way of how they should be spelled, then I go with the natural inclination of my Pashtun colleague that I'm working with. And, well, we'll see later how, when it goes through a more thorough checking process, how that'll be received. But, yes.
I have a question, specific question. As you suggested that the people using the Pasai language themselves are a bit hesitant about the prestige of the language. Now you tell me whether you felt any opposition when you started your work from the people using the dominant community using the Pashto language in your catchment area, or rather beyond your field of work, somewhere else in Afghanistan. Did you feel any opposition from the people using Pashto? Because they used to enjoy a sort of linguistic hegemony. Please explain.
Okay, let me see if I fully understand your question. If people felt sort of opposition by the use of Pashto in...
Actually, what he means is that we had a dominant language community in Pashto.
Yeah.
So was there any opposition from them because they were hegemonic? Now that we're introducing Pashtun, is that a problem?
Yeah, well, we're not spreading the use of Pashtun into Pashtun communities. You did share the example of Kuskonar, where that was in a trend of increasing Pashtuns, but now is becoming slightly more Pashtun-y. I don't think, my understanding is there's not a sense of opposition in that community. In the other areas, the main area working in Darei Noor, it's 100% Pashtun essentially. So it's certainly not an issue there, but in the Kuskonar district, then yeah, I've not heard of any sense of opposition or hard feelings as a result of that.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? One at the back, please.
Thanks, Megan, for your presentation. Brendan Rigby, University of Melbourne. Just to extend another offer, if you want to talk afterwards, particularly about funding and networking with donors such as UNICEF. I can speak from personal experience, particularly UNICEF and what they're looking for. Yeah. And, to speak bluntly, they're not looking for, long-term impact that's only going to be visible 10 years down the road. I'm sure you're aware of that. So is it possible for you to speak more to your evidence base? You talked a lot about anecdotal evidence in terms of some of the positive signs, but what research and what data do you have that show learning outcomes of those students who are currently going through the program or other things?
Yeah, in terms of our preschool and after-school program, then I think there's not much research being done at this point. That's more of a long-term research to see what those effects are. They're a bit early in that process. For other effects, or for other research, there's right now going on a survey that's done in this Pashtun area and also in the other 3 Pashtun varieties, a sociolinguistic survey to determine language values. And that's in the process going on now, but has not been analyzed. So it was not available for me to use in this presentation. So I just, for this presentation, it's interviews that I did with people and talking with our project members and their impressions. But we're looking forward to receive the data back from the survey that's ongoing.
Any other questions?
I'm just curious, how did it all begin? It's begun quite a long time ago with an intervention from a United States NGO, and it's very interesting, but it seems to be a very, well, it's a good thing, but a very small place in a very small corner. And how has it continued to be sustained in this way? Because you hear so many projects that sort of fizzle out. And what's the secret in keeping it going?
It's part of a large organization that has other projects beyond the one I'm sharing. The organization Serve Afghanistan has projects in several parts of the country. And so the funding comes to the wider organization, and we receive our funding for our project through them. When it was started back in the 1990s, there was a Korean linguist that was in the area and discovered the Pashtun language, and just as a linguist was really fascinated with it. And he somehow got connected with the Pashtun. There's our current project manager that also was interested, or willing at least, to work in that area. And so they started with what I mentioned, the animal husbandry program, with more long-term hopes of starting educational opportunities. So that's technically how it started, with those two. And there's been a lot of, I think, good long-term insight in the people involved in the project of thinking of ways to really bring long-term benefits to the community. And then them being a part of the large organization of Serve Afghanistan has allowed for them to have the funding to make that happen.
Anybody else? We have till 11:15, so if there are more comments, more questions, you're very free to raise them. No? Thank you very much, Megan, for this very interesting talk. Thank you very much, audience, for being here. We have a short break and then parallel sessions resume at 11:45. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for joining this morning's last parallel session, second parallel session after the tea break. I have the pleasure of chairing this session, and it's my job to introduce Dr. Juldis Smagulova, who is from Kazakhstan, and she's presenting a paper that has been co-authored by yourself and your colleague Elise Ahn, who are assistant professors at the KIMEP University in Almaty. And this, for me, is a very interesting paper because you will hear parallels in this talk to issues that have been raised in the Indian context and in other contexts at the conference. But we're not talking so much about English in this presentation, more about other languages, namely Russian and Kazakh. And this is original research that Elise and Juldis have been doing in the school system in Almaty. It concerns an analysis of the language and performance of students studying in Russian and Kazakh language schools. And I think you will hear many parallels to the issues that are being discussed elsewhere in this conference in mostly the Indian context, but perhaps also the Sri Lankan context and the other contexts that perhaps are more familiar to colleagues in South Asia. So without further ado, I'd like to just one other thing I'll mention is Juldis and I are both graduates of King's College London. I was there a few years ago and I did my undergraduate degree, and Juldis has been there more recently and completed her PhD in language policy and planning. So a very warm welcome to Juldis Smagulova, please. Thank you.
Okay, just a second. Can I put my presentation? Escape? Okay. Function and F5. Okay. First of all, thank you very much for joining this presentation. And as already told, I will talk about I talk about educational equity in Kazakhstan schools through lens of medium of instruction, and I'll mention with focus on literacy. Okay. So what was the project? You see the map of Kazakhstan, and I'm sure if you have questions about the country and about the city, the site where the study was conducted, I'll be happy to answer during the Q&A session. Okay. So what we try to do with my colleague, with Elise, is to observe and analyze emerging patterns of educational inequity in Kazakhstan schools. Because there has been lots of anecdotal evidence that kids in schools, in urban schools, have unequal access to educational resources. But we have very few empirical data. So that was the purpose, to actually collect empirical data that reveals the patterns of emerging inequality. And we looked at structural, social, and spatial barriers to access and their relationship to students' reported educational aspirations. So we focused on whether kids want to go to college or what do they want to do after school. And the question we asked in the project, what is the relationship between language of instruction and students' educational aspirations? But this particular presentation, I'll focus only on medium of instruction and literacy. So the theoretical underpinning, where do we start, where do we begin our project? We believe that language is a precondition to educational equity. And the talks I've heard earlier at this conference, we all talk about that. It's really important that kids learn in the language they understand, and also they learn the dominant language because it opens them access to better educational, provides them educational mobility, provides them better educational opportunities, and so on and so on. Also, we believe that if we examine how languages are distributed in society, we can better understand issues of access and see how policy decisions are implemented in real life, and what is the connection between policy and reality. Because very often, if you read our political documents, and Kazakhstan is not an exception, documents look great. Aspirations are wonderful. Everything, like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, but when you go to schools, often you don't see it. Or you see partial implementation. Because there are so many local factors that are not taken into account when the policies are written. And what do we understand by equity? Equity is defined as practices, systems, and environment promoting students' equal opportunities and equal access to educational resources. Okay, this is just a little background. In Kazakhstan, education is absolutely free and is comprehensive, and is required for kids to attend school from grade 1 to grade 9. After that, kids can choose either to go to high school and from there go to universities, or they can go to technical schools, vocational schools, but it does not close their educational opportunities as well. So after that, they can also go to university or continue working. School is free of charge, but we do also have private schools. So people who can afford private school, and they do send the kids to private schools. But other than that, schools are completely free of charge. Okay, and the site I'm talking about is Almaty. Almaty is the former capital of Kazakhstan. Now capital has moved to Astana. It's north of the republic. And I'll have more data about the case. The data collected, the paper is based on survey data, field notes, and analysis of documents. Languages, the survey was distributed as both Kazakh and Russian. We did our survey in 29 public secondary schools, and overall we surveyed almost 3,000 students from 9th to 11th grades. Okay, so again, context, Almaty. Almaty officially has almost 1.7 million people. That's registered population, but due to rapid urbanization, because in rural areas jobs are no longer available, lots of people look for opportunities and move to Almaty. So unofficially, this data anything 2 million and above. Almaty, despite its no longer capital, remains educational, cultural, and financial center. It provides 25%, quarter of all taxes in our country. Okay, so you just imagine. So we 10% of population, but 25% of all taxes to the government. We need to look at ethnic composition. Kazakh represents 53% of population, Russians 33%, and others 14%. And when I talk about others, the largest minorities in Almaty city are Uyghurs, Dungans, Koreans, Germans, and others, and Ukrainians. Okay, so Kazakhstan is a very multilingual country because during the Soviet time, lots of people were either deported to Kazakhstan, and there are lots of historical migration processes going on. Almaty used to be a very, very Russified city during the Soviet times because of Soviet citizenship policy regulation. So not many people were allowed to move to the city, and so city kind of you were entitled, you were given almost a privilege to live in a city. So what happened during, for example, 1970s, 80% of population in Almaty were ethnic Russians or Slavs, okay, and only 20% were Kazakhs. Okay, so therefore, Almaty still remains a very Russified city. And Russified both in terms of language and in terms of culture. Okay, so we do have elite who mainly speaks Russian as the dominant language, including homes. So they shifted from Kazakh to Russian. And then you have other population, ethnic Kazakhs as well, whose main language is Kazakh. And then you have minorities, mainly of whom speak Russian as the main, as the language of inter-ethnic communication. So this is the languages we're talking about: Kazakh, Russian, in English, and also we have English, because according to new policy, starting this year, it's going to be implemented in all schools. All kids are supposed to learn 3 languages now. So all required: Kazakh, Russian, and English. Okay? And the idea is by 2020 or 22, all schools in Kazakhstan will start teaching subjects in high school, certain subjects in English. And there's a whole debate is going on in country now, should we do it or not. So this is the summary of the survey tool. We had 3 major categories of questions we asked. We asked about education, language, and personal questions. Overall, there are 52 major questions with subdivisions. With subdivision, we got 71 questions, and you can see samples of the questions we asked. Why we moved personal questions to the end of the questionnaire? Because during the pilot study, we found, surprisingly, that students were reluctant to answer questions like, what is the occupation of your father or mother? And even in high school. So we're talking about kids who are 15 and older, and many of them didn't know where parents work. And for us, it remains a puzzle, probably because many kids, in many families, especially at the outskirts of Almaty, parents don't have full-time jobs. Okay? And when we asked about what is your income, do you have a room? So kids didn't feel comfortable. So that's why we moved all these questions to the end, because we felt like if you fill the rest of the questionnaire, you'll probably won't give up and finish it. But that was a surprise for us. Okay, so this is the sample we have. So what we did, and also one thing I forgot to mention, schools are comprehensive and compulsory, but also schools are divided by the language of instruction, and parents can choose whether to send their kids to Russian medium schools or Kazakh medium schools. It's absolutely free parental choice. And we did quota sampling to make sure that we have equal representation of Kazakh and Russian schools in our sample. So this is the summary of the participants. Okay. Now, if you look at composition of schools of our sample by medium of instruction, this is not our data. This is the background data. So as you can see from this data, what happens for the medium of instruction. During the Soviet times, Russian was the dominant language of instruction. So most kids would go to Russian medium schools. In 70s and 90s, before the independence, and we got independence in 1991 from the Soviet Union, in Almaty city, there were only 2 Kazakh medium schools. Okay? Since independence, the number of Kazakh medium schools increased rapidly, and this graph represents the composition share of Kazakh and Russian schools and other schools. So as you can see, number of Russian medium schools has decreased, while number of Kazakh medium schools has increased significantly. And it's a parental choice in many cases. Okay, so and this is our own data. So what is UNT? UNT is Unified National Test, which is used both as exit and entrance test to universities. So anyone who plans to study in Kazakhstani university and wish to get a grant, so you can apply for a state grant to study at university for the whole entire period of your study, you have to take this test. So this is a very, very high stake test we're talking about. And so that's why we ask the question, so do you plan to take UNT or not? And if you look by schools, then you can see that some students from Kazakh medium schools were more likely to say that they will take UNT than kids from Russian medium schools. When we asked about universities, and again in Kazakhstan you have, as I said, we have state universities, and we also have private universities. And since the independence, kids are free to move, they can go and study in other countries as well. So that was the question, so where do you plan to study if you go to university? So as you can see, kids from Kazakh medium schools overwhelmingly say that like to study in state schools, state universities. And kids from Russian medium schools, many of them say would like to go abroad. And they are much more likely to say that they're going to go to private universities. So what does it mean? So just a little bit of explanation. Our interpretation is that kids from Kazakh medium schools come, their parents have less financial resources to afford private schooling or sending their kids abroad. Okay? So they heavily rely on state grants to study. So if they wish to continue and get college education, they must pass the UNT and they must get the grant. Otherwise, opportunities are closed. Okay? And also this data suggests that kids in Russian medium schools probably know better Russian and other foreign languages, at least English, because many of them report that we're going to go to Europe or to States to study. So they already have better proficiency in the third language. When we asked about to evaluate self-report on their proficiencies in these languages, in the language of instruction. So as you can see, kids from Russian medium schools report higher proficiency in Russian, the medium of instruction, than kids from Kazakh medium schools in Kazakh, the language of instruction in their schools. An interpretation we have is the following. So as I said, in urban areas, Russian was dominant and still remains the dominant language of communication. And in many homes, Russian is the home language, even in ethnic Kazakh families. And in many ethnic families, ethnic Kazakhs see these schools as the only site where the kids can revive the language, because they no longer can transmit the language at home. So that's what happens. So we see these schools, and these schools, actually, the many kids, when they start first grade, they don't speak Kazakh, even though they're ethnic Kazakhs. Okay? And school does not provide much support as well, so it's kind of sink and swim approach. Also, what is happening at the outskirts of the city, we have lots of migrants, and many migrants come from neighboring republics. Many come from Karakalpakistan, it's part of Uzbekistan, and it is believed that they speak Kazakh. Of course, they speak a different variety of Kazakh. So they're fluent in Kazakh, but when it comes to learning, of course, the literacy in academic Kazakh is much lower. And again, we don't have much empirical data. This is just what our survey revealed, and this is some area we definitely need to go and do more research and collect more data. What is happening in terms of language proficiency? Then we asked questions, and I did not put more slides in here, but we asked questions about educational and reading practices. For example, we asked whether you do have additional tutoring after school, shadowy tutoring, and we found out that kids from Russian medium school are much more likely to report that they do have this tutoring, and they have bigger variety of choices, and they start earlier, and their parents spend more money on tutoring. Okay. And if kids from Kazakh medium schools report that they do have additional tutoring, it turns out that most of this tutoring is actually preparation for the UNT test, for the entrance test to the university. While kids from Russian medium schools, they say they attend arts classes, they attend music classes, they attend sports, they take more English classes, they prepare for TOEFL, IELTS, and so on and so on. And also, when we asked about how big are the libraries, okay, because we understand that size of the library is not actually literacy, but it hints at literacy practices in the family and how literacy and reading is valued in particular families, then we found out that kids from Russian medium schools are much more likely to report that they have bigger home libraries. And they're much more likely to read for pleasure than kids from Kazakh medium schools. So what is our conclusion? And our conclusion is, so I said in the beginning, very often we do talk about inequality, but it's anecdotal. In an official paper, the major concern, as Asanova says here, our policy documents and our Ministry of Education mainly talks about schools and quality of education. And they don't talk about how this quality can be assured. So, and I'm going to read the quote. So Asanova says, education policymakers tend to view the reasons of the achieving gaps as residing in schools, rather than occurring due to structural inequality, including inequalities in learning opportunities for privileged and disadvantaged students. Okay? So if you look at our policy documents, lots of policy documents about curriculum change and teacher training, but you don't find much data about this. Is the inequality outside of the school, and how to deal with that? And first of all, before dealing with that, we have to understand what's going on, and that was the aim of our project. And our survey of urban schools reveals systematic imbalance in educational opportunities, in particular to literary resources, to medium of instruction, okay, to additional educational resources, and literacy resources. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. So I think we have plenty of time for questions. Anybody like to start with? So has anybody got any questions for Yıldız that you'd like to address? Maybe I can start with one that I noted towards the end of the presentation, where you say that the educational policymakers don't recognize the structural differences. And I wondered what the sources for that information were. And did you talk to the policymakers, or is it from a content analysis of the policies that you
it's
draw that
basically
conclusion?
based on analysis of policy documents. So, and speeches by the Ministry of Education and representatives of the Ministry of Education, and activities, because what the ministry does, because our ministry is very centralized, and it says what schools are supposed to do, and lots of policy and orders are issued. And when you look at this, the tentative plus action plans, you can see that many of them addressed with curriculum development, changes of the curriculum, introduction of additional languages, and teacher training. Okay, quality of textbooks, but really there is not much is going on. Talk about inequality. I don't even think that the word is mentioned in these documents.
Also, some very interesting questions about the survey data. When you were talking about how the when you were giving the survey, after you'd piloted it, you moved the socioeconomic data to the back. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Because I think what's really interesting here is to get a richer understanding of the socioeconomic differences between people that live in the more central districts of Almaty, where presumably there are more middle classes, more people with jobs, and this is also reflected in the presence of libraries at home and things like that. So what was, in terms of what you found was revealed in the socioeconomic data of the people living in areas where the children were predominantly attending Kazakh schools?
Okay. Unfortunately, I did not include a new map of Almaty city. So Almaty, as I said, was the capital of Kazakhstan. So it's a well-established city. But what happened over the last 20 years, the city kind of expanded. And it expanded and population increased. And expanded by absorbing neighboring rural areas. So what before was a rural village, for example, farmers providing food to Almaty or supporting Almaty, now became the part of the city. So and that's already because in the Soviet system you had a huge disbalance between urbans and rurals. Okay, urbans always be like urban areas are mainly for intelligentsia or high-skilled workers. So you had to go through some sort of schooling, and you definitely had a job, and you had lots of privileges by being urban. But in rural areas, and in many rural areas in Kazakhstan right now, life is very, very medieval. There is access to water is still limited. People do have electricity, of course, but access to gas is limited. There is no sewage system. There are, of course, schools, but many schools, if the village is small, then school is a small slice. And if you want your kid to continue education, you have to move to either to bigger city or send your kids to relatives so the kids can finish the school. Okay? So you have this initial inequality to begin with. But as the city expanded, that became a kind of a city problem as well, so because we became aware of that. And also we have a huge labor migration. As I said, Almaty has most jobs than any city in Kazakhstan. So many people move to Almaty looking for jobs. But because center of Almaty, the property is very, very expensive, not many of them can afford to reside in the center of the city where schools are well established. So you have tradition, you have schools, you have libraries, you have good teachers who are very well trained, and then you have outskirts of the cities, and many new schools actually were built at the outskirts of the city. Okay? And they have a limit. Lack of teachers is a huge problem. Textbooks are provided for free, but again, when we talk about inequality between number of textbooks, for Russian speakers, it's so much easier to find additional resources because our market is open for publishers from the Russian Federation. Okay, so imagine that's a huge market with lots of speakers out there, and then you have only less than 10 million Kazakhs who are just trying to, and so if your kid is in Kazakh medium school, you as a parent struggle with any additional materials in that language. Okay, so just do that. And I'll just one more word, and as for social inequality, yes, Almaty is very, very unequal. Okay, so you have top managers who have very high salaries, comparable because they work for oil industry, okay, or financial sectors, and then you have laborers who have only temporary jobs. Okay, of course. It's not the poverty we're talking about is not as rampant as in many regions, like in East Asia, or for example in India. It's not that sort of poverty, but it seriously limits people's opportunities. I think it hinders their academic access, success, and access to educational resources.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please. The microphone is coming.
The statement that you made in towards the end of this comment that you had towards the end, in relation to that, I have a question. You seem to be indicating that there is some relation between access, home literacy, and learner. Willingness to invest in his studies. Would you comment on that? You seem to be saying that there's a link.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and comment on that.
Yeah. So because we said it's just a survey, and even though we did a survey, it's easier to just get an overall sense what's going on. We also understand, and coming from King's College London, where I get experience in ethnographic methods, we feel that we do need to do more ethnography to understand. So that's why I said there is a hint. I cannot say for sure that there is something else, but we feel that something is going on, and something. One of our interpretation is, again, it's the center of the city. You have old intelligentsia, like fourth generation people, urban residents, everyone like third generation with college degrees. Okay? People who speak English as well. Okay, because their parents or the sisters or all the sisters and brothers went abroad and studied abroad. Okay, and these people have much more resources. So we're talking about different culture and what is perceived knowledge. Okay, so knowledge is asking questions, being much more critical, using information differently. And then you have the rest of the people who are very literate, because Kazakhstan is one of the top literate countries in the world. It's post-Soviet heritage. 99% of population are literate. Okay. But then when we talk about functional literacy, we did very poorly in PISA, by the way. Okay, so when we had the last PISA result, 2012, our kids, despite being literate, okay, they turn out to be, they don't know how to use literacy. So it's a knowledge-based education. So lots of memorization, lots of rote learning, especially for the UNT test. But when it comes to using literacy to learn more, that's not there. And that's what we're hinting at. We think that there is something that's going on and we need to do more research. And actually, something I have not mentioned, but we, at the moment, Elise and other colleagues are working on another project. We actually continued. So we got this overall picture. Now we're going back to schools and collecting data on assessing the literacy skills in primary schools. And we did our pilot, and our pilot, unfortunately, again, hints at a huge difference between Russian and Kazakh medium schools. Okay? Just timing of the test. It took kids from Kazakh medium schools do the same test almost twice as long than kids from Russian schools in their own medium of instruction. And we did the pilot, and we will be collecting data this December and beginning of January, and hopefully next conference I will be able to present that as well.
That's very nice, thank you. 2 more questions, can I?
Can you just introduce yourself as well, just so that we know where you're coming from in terms of
I'm Dr. Uma, I'm coming from the EFL University. I'm a postdoc fellow at EFL University.
Thank you.
Now, I have another question. When you say access to what? Through what? Okay, and the second part where you're saying that they took twice, the second question pertains to that part where you're saying that they took twice the time to do the same test, right? So why did they take that? What does that imply? Because the medium of instruction is the same, right, as the test. So it shouldn't be the same, it shouldn't be twice, right? I mean, did I get it? Did my question come out? So why did it go that way?
Yeah, so with your last question, we still don't know because it was just a pilot. So let's conduct the data and see what's happening. But one thing, as I already mentioned at this presentation, for many kids, even though the language of instruction, they've been studying for so many years, they're not necessarily very proficient because it's a second language. In Russian schools, Russian is their first language, and it's their dominant language. In Kazakh schools, for many kids, Kazakh, which is a medium of instruction, is actually their second language. Okay? And also, and we suspect that because it's a second language, they don't necessarily understand all the words, or don't, and kind of struggle with trying to, and the most striking thing was when we asked to do them read aloud. So they read, we do MIS-Q analysis. And so kids from Russian schools during the pilot study, they did so many mistakes while reading. But when they came to asking questions about the reading, they did much better. In Kazakh schools, almost all kids had very fluent reading, use intonation, and then very, very fluent and very fast. But when you ask, so what was the question, what the text was about, very few of them are able to answer. So that's what we talk access. So they are literate, but what they can do with that literacy, and whether they understand what they're reading, and whether they can gain knowledge from what they're reading. And that's what we're linking that to libraries as well, and cultural practices, because it's a lot to do with cultural practices and school practices as well. So, and I have several MA students whom I'm asking to go back in school and do ethnographic studies and actually look at school practices. So what is happening in the classroom? Why kids can fluently read the text? So they have no problem with reading, with the fluency, but they cannot answer the questions. Okay?
Sorry, we have the same thing. We actually need teacher training.
Yeah.
They apparently,
And introduce yourself as well.
my name is Ruchi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, fine.
What was the question again?
You talk about differences fluidity.
Yes, sorry. So I was talking about teacher training. So as you said, the government is thinking about teacher training and curriculum change. But then they're right in a way, isn't it? You do need a lot of teacher training if this is the situation where students are able to read but they don't understand. So maybe the teacher needs some training in how to do reading lessons.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, our second project on assessment of literacy, the main goal is not to assess literacy by itself, per se, but our goal is create this diagnostic test for teachers to help. And then based on that text, we say, this is the problem. And if you have this problem, then you have to do this in a classroom. So it's a 3-year project. So at the end, we hope we will have several roundtables and teacher training sessions. And we will also provide materials for schools, for primary school teachers, especially in Kazakh language. So what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to teach literacy. So literacy is just it's not just reading aloud, it's something else. And this has to be taught. And yes, I completely agree with you. And our project is mainly about teacher training. And we use this assessment tool just as diagnostics to see what's going on in schools so that we can provide answers.
Just out of curiosity, do the teachers actually practice communicative methodology in classrooms? Because whatever you said sounds very similar to things I've seen in my country as well. English and local language and what is happening in the classroom, lecture methods, students just sitting there. Is it something like that also happening?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. When it comes to English, lots of English teachers, and thank you, British Council, got lots of training, and so they know what communicative approach is. Okay? But when it comes to other languages, when we approach our Ministry of Education, so our Ministry of Education is very rigid. And I am a Dean of Language School, and we have a program in MA TESOL, used to be MA TESOL, but our Ministry of Education says, well, hello, TESOL is not a specialization we have in our classificator. So therefore, you have to if you want your program to continue, you have to change the name. Now we call it foreign languages because that's a specialization. Okay, and then we approached the Ministry of Education and said, can we introduce Kazakh as a foreign language or the Russian as a foreign language? And the answer is, Russian can be a foreign language, Kazakh cannot be. In our country, Kazakh is not a foreign language. And therefore, so it's always linked to methodologies and everything. Yes, we do lots of teacher training, especially our bilingual teachers, people like me, for example, who speak 3 languages. We do lots of training for Kazakh language instructors. But I also, just to see what's happening in schools, when I did my PhD, I did an ethnographic study in one of the, what's considered elite districts of Almaty in Kazakh medium school, where many kids come from families lost Kazakh already, they speak Russian, so they have language shift, and they send the kids to Kazakh medium school. So I observed several kids, and I have one kid, I observed him half a year. Okay, so he studies in Kazakh, it's grade 4 already. He studies in Kazakh, but I haven't heard him speaking in Kazakh actually. Okay, because what happens in the class, and I've spent 3 months in the classroom observing them every single day. Teacher-centered, teachers talk a lot. It's very routine, safe routine. They do the same thing over and over again, and kids know what to do. And when the questions are asked, students say maybe 1 sentence at best, sometimes just a phrase. And lots of time is spent on writing well, because that's what ministry checks. Ministry comes and checks how the notebooks look like. Are they well written? Okay, how do kids keep those notebooks? And when it comes to literacy, what they measure speed of reading, fluency. They don't measure comprehension. And next year, I hope it's going to be a rude awakening for Kazakhstan. First time we're going to participate in Perla. We did participate in PISA in teams. PISA we did miserably. Teams we did okay because we're okay with the Soviet tradition of teaching math and sciences. And I'm dreading to see what's going to happen to early grade literacy. And actual PISA results, early PISA results, did reveal something similar to our data, that there is an equality between Kazakh and Russian schools. Kids from Russian schools did better than kids in Kazakh schools.
Just one more question out of curiosity. You said that in schools where Kazakh is the medium for instruction, Kazakh itself is a second language. So Russian is the first language. So how are the students faring there? Have you any idea?
And not for all of them. Okay? For many kids, Kazakh is their home language and the outskirts of the city. When it comes to the center of the city with traditional urban areas, for many kids, Russian is the main language and Kazakh is their second language. How they cope? Teachers and parents blame each other. When you go to parent-teacher conferences, teachers say you have to speak more Kazakh at home without realizing that parents don't have proficiency in the language anymore. They actually have to learn the language themselves. And parents are saying, we send our kid to Kazakh medium school so that they'll learn Kazakh. But it's not happening because they hope that school is going to be a monolingual environment, but it is not. You know, it's very difficult to create a monolingual environment in otherwise and dominant language context. So what happens very often, in primary school, there are lots of teacher policing, and kids kind of obey the rule, and they speak, and they switch. And in my recordings, I hear, like, oh, teacher is coming, we should start speaking Kazakh to each other. Okay. And you can hear teachers saying, oh, you should speak, you can say the same thing in Kazakh. Why are you talking to me in Russian? So during the class, Kazakh is, of course, a language of instruction, but outside of the classes, during the breaks, kids speak Russian among themselves, and actually what our observations show, the older they get, more Russian they speak. And when I talked to a principal, I went and I had interviewed the principal, I said, have you noticed that older kids actually speak more Russian than younger kids? She said, well, of course. They need Russian, they're gonna graduate from school, and they're gonna face reality, so they need Russian to get education. They have to read all these resources, additional resources in Russian, which are not available in Kazakh. They're going to go to universities, they have to work. So of course they need Russian. So you have all these complexities, and that's why we do in this study.
I mean, like in India, we say if you don't know English, you don't have prospects, job, you won't get a job. Is it something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Plus English as well. So what we have, if you look at the hierarchy of languages, so you have Kazakh, then you have Russian, and then you have English at the very top. So English is, for many people, of course, has this indexical and symbolical value. Yeah? So if you speak English, then all doors are open for you, which of course in reality is not necessarily true. The same is for Russian as well. Okay? And also people, again, when it comes to proficiency in, and that's a funny thing. When you ask parents whether you speak English or not, for example, if they speak intermediate English, they say, yes, I know English. If you ask about Kazakh, say, do you speak Kazakh? Or say, oh, my Kazakh is so bad, I don't speak Kazakh. Well, if you measure, they'll probably have intermediate proficiency in Kazakh because they do have some level of proficiency. It's not like they didn't know at all. It's just limited proficiency. But because in our culture, either you speak the language or you don't. So new speakers, the term that we are using now in European context, you have new speakers, people who are reacquiring their native language. Okay. In our context, they're frowned upon. So you're either supposed to speak Kazakh fluently, very well, or don't speak at all. So if you make mistakes, that you're very often ridiculed. So it's very difficult. So kind of the government says that you have to learn the language, but then the context, the environment itself is not very friendly.
I'm from Sri Lanka, Harindra. I have a question that what about university teachings? Is it done in English?
So we have, so what happens? Because our schools are taught in both languages, so at university you also have both languages. So you can, if you want to study engineering, you can do it either in Kazakh or Russian. But there is a catch, because during the Soviet time, and it was not just Kazakhstan and many post-Soviet republics, you could get your education, your college degree in your native language only in humanities or agriculture. Because that's what, you will become a teacher or you go and work in the rural area, go back to your rural area. Okay? Everything else was in Russian. After independence, more and more subjects are introduced, are now taught in Kazakh. But because of lack of resources and because of lack of teachers, and I just give you one simple example. A friend of mine, okay, who works in a local university, was asked. She speaks some basic conversational Kazakh. She's an ethnic Kazakh, and because she's an ethnic Kazakh, she was told, "Oh, from now on, you're gonna read lectures in Kazakh." So what she's doing? So if you don't know terminology, and it's not just knowing, not knowing terminology does not exist. Okay? So you have to create terminology. So to be able to create the lecture, to read the lecture, so you have to invent words. Okay? Not just grammar to learn, not just translate. It's not there. So what they do is, she will read lecture in Russian. Some students who are bilinguals will, and the first language in Kazakh, especially the ones who came from regions where Russian is not spoken, they would translate, okay? And then she will collect these notes, and for the next year, you have the lecture in Kazakh. So next year, so you pilot it, okay? You read it in Kazakh, and the students say, oh, here is mistake here, there is mistake there, and so in 10 years later, she says, I'm much better. Okay? Of course, I'm still not very fluent, but I can. But the discussion very often is in two languages. Okay? Now with trilingual policy, as if it's not enough. Okay? So also, if you study engineering, okay, so lectures you can more or less do lectures in Kazakh, but there is no textbooks. Okay? So all textbooks are in Russian. So they have to know Russian to become an engineer anyways. Now on top of everything, now the government says English must be in school curriculum. From now on, we're going to teach geography, physics, and I think biology. I don't remember now, in English, in schools. So they have the pilot programs, and schools, again, in our system, okay, very, very centralized, very corrupt, and love reporting. Okay, they say, oh, the pilot went very well. We know it's not. Because some schools, the so-called experimental schools, they report, yes, we introduced teaching of biology in English. In reality, what happened? They have an English language teacher who teaches biology, because she's the only one who has some proficiency in English. Okay, and English proficiency is not that great. Because as I said, I work on MIT-CEL program, and every single year we struggle getting students, graduate students in our program, because after many, many years of studying English in other universities, they come with very limited proficiency of English. They can't pass IELTS. They would never be able to enter universities in other schools. So as on top of that, so now it's not just schools. Many universities are also switching to English as medium of instruction. For the university I am teaching has been always traditionally in English medium school. So by definition, just by that, it's already an elite school. It's a tuition-based, it's very private, it's more or less independent from the government. We don't depend on their funds, we purely tuition-dependent university, and we're English medium university. And most of the kids who come to us are from Russian medium schools. It's not surprising. But other universities have started introducing English as a medium of instruction as well. What is happening in reality, I only have anecdotal evidence, and it's not very good. It's good if they bring foreign faculty, but many local schools cannot afford hiring foreign faculty because they cannot pay the salary. So what they do is someone local has to teach. But if you don't know English yourself, so anyone who can say a couple of words already sounds fluent to you. So that's the situation, and that's why we're doing research, because we think there's so many issues that that have to be discussed before anything is implemented, and we need more empirical evidence. And unfortunately, it's not the government what the government is doing. So we hope that the more we talk, and I do lots of presentations. I do write to the ministry. I constantly criticize them. I hope that one day they'll hear us. Yeah. We do organize lots of roundtables with Department of Education, with Ministry of Education. So far, it wasn't very successful.
One more question.
Yeah.
If English is going to come, and I think that they have dialogues and running on, and sometimes it would come in the future. Mm-hmm. If that happens, don't you think that it will lead to further divide in the society?
Yeah, it's already there. Yeah. Okay. No, according to our government, by 2020, 25% of our population must be fluent in English. That's our language. We have a the program of language development. Okay, so they have definite numbers, and and then it's like this is the goal for you, schools, and do whatever you want, you have to achieve that goal.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say that. Okay, so my home language in the beginning was Kazakh, okay, but then I started Russian school, okay, because I grew up at the north of the city. And when I went to grade 1, I was the only ethnic Kazakh in the entire classroom. That talking about urban and how many Kazakhs we had. So therefore, I started speaking Russian as my second language, and then became my dominant language. Okay, so I got my entire education in Russian. I speak Kazakh. My kids no longer speak Kazakh. So we are the family that underwent language shift. But we did try to revive the language. When my first child was born, and we all are educators, and we all very proactive people. So what I did actually, I learned to read in Kazakh myself, because before that I never read Kazakh. Our grandmother, who was a principal of school, teacher of Kazakh, teacher of Russian, and by the time she was retired, so it's my husband's grandmother, she actually created several books for kids, reading materials for parents, so they can to help them, because she was working with our son, and she like a very good teacher. She created lots of materials and then published them as a book, okay? And it was published, and schools and parents got that. We failed because then we moved to the States to do our graduate studies. Me and my husband went to the University of Minnesota, and our kids became bilingual in Russian, first in Kazakh and English, then we went to Turkey, then we came back, and we decided, well, it's probably too much for our kids, and for us, we won't be able to handle Kazakh as well, so we sent them to Russian medium school, because that was the language everyone was able to help them around. But we hired nanny who speaks Kazakh, who was not able to teach our kids Kazakh. She learned Russian very fast, though. So my older son, because he went to school, English, Turkish schools, he learned Turkish, but he forgot. So my older son, I have 3 boys. My older son, he has better comprehension of Kazakh. His main language is still English, okay? And Russian, I would say, is his second language, and Russian is difficult. He still makes mistakes in Russian. And you can easily say, and people not necessarily recognize that he's Kazakh and he's local. So, my second son, because he started entire schooling was in Russian, his Russian is much better. Now he's in the States studying in the university, and again English, he's very fluent in English. And my third son is in Russian medium school, and Russian at the moment, he's dominant in main language. Okay. We speak Kazakh at home because Nani speaks Kazakh. We try to maintain language, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. So our family is a very good example of what's going on. But again, we are in many ways very privileged because we have stable jobs, we're in academia, we know how to teach languages, and we say, okay, for now he speaks one language, but later on we're going to introduce this language, and we know, and we have resources to do that. Many families don't have these opportunities and don't have this knowledge.
Kazakh seems to be gradually subtracted by the other languages in your country, in your context.
Not for everyone. That's in my network. But there are, as I said, for many people for whom Kazakh is the dominant and main language. And lots of official documents are now in Kazakh, because Kazakh is the official and national language of the country. So if you work in the government, the Kazakh is required. If you want to go abroad, then you have to take pass test in Kazakh. Kazakh is a gatekeeping device. Kazakh is actually taught in all the schools. So if you go to Russian medium school, Kazakh is a required subject. And if you go to Kazakh medium school, Russian is a required subject, plus English. So all kids learn these 3 languages. It's just a matter of methodology. We're not doing it very well. Because there's lots of hours available. And actually in Russian medium schools, Kazakh literature is taught in Kazakh. But the thing is, kids don't understand what's going on. Some do if they speak Kazakh at home, but many don't. Okay, and we keep raising the issue. Like we said, we have to train teachers. We can do better. Okay? It's not just a matter of creating new materials, is actually training teachers how to do the language, how to work in multilingual environment. And our schools still don't realize it's a multilingual environment. So look at the Kazakh school, you came here, you're supposed to know Kazakh. And just I'll tell you one anecdotal evidence. A friend of mine who, again, like me, mainly Russian speaker, she hired, and she works in the financial center, and very often, because she needs to report to the government in Kazakh, and the press conferences are often in Kazakh as well now, and you talk to journalists, you also have to expect that you speak Kazakh, at least at some level. And so she hired a teacher to teach her Kazakh. And the teacher came and started speaking in Kazakh, like one lesson, second lesson, third lesson, and my friend like, hello, when are you actually going to teach me Kazakh? Because I don't understand what you're talking about. And the teacher is like, oi, the Kazakh is sitting inside you, is going to wake up. And my friend is like, you know what? There is nothing in sitting. It's nothing to wake up. And you know what the teacher said? In that case, I cannot teach you. Okay, find someone else. So there is this huge misunderstanding between teachers and urban Kazakhs. That's another social detail. Lots of teachers in schools come from rural areas. So they came to universities to study in the state. So Kazakh is their main language. Okay? But then you have rural Kazakhs who lost the language. Okay? And it's several generations already. And when you talk to each other, they completely don't understand each other because teachers expect that you have some proficiency and then realize that there is no proficiency, it's so limited, you cannot actually do much with it.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to wrap up there. So a big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I think that presentation really fulfilled everything that I was looking forward to in terms of presenting, again, the issues that many of us are dealing with in other contexts, but in a context that perhaps is a little bit new to most of you in South Asia. But the similarities and come through very, very strongly. The other thing that comes through extremely strongly is that this is a relatively new language policy and planning environment that you're dealing with, and you're dealing with issues that perhaps are going to take another generation to really resolve properly. So again, I'd like to thank you personally. And we have a small gift. I think everybody's familiar with this format now. I don't even notice when the photographer comes in now. But, here is the proof that you've been at the Language and Development Conference, and I think they've caught you well. So thank you very much. Thank you. Well, it's better than a certificate. It's a photograph. So, thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Okay, so go back to the presentation. Yeah. No, it's not doing.
It just seems to me that it's not actually.
Oh, okay, now let me just see. Let's, okay, so AI. Just slide in. Oh, hold on.
But if you double click on the image.
No, you see when I copied over. So just copy let's just see what we do there. Oh, it's not. Oh no, hold on. Okay, let's just go insert. We go to insert. Yeah. Okay, insert. And then what did you say was the we need to do insert is it showing? In there now. So let's just go back to the presentation. It's a long, it's a lot of data.
Hello, 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 hello. Check, hello.
But I don't understand why it wasn't working.
Something in the
इसमें हेलो 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 ठीक है नेक्स्ट
अबे भाई कुछ चला है
I'm going to show you how to
check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. अरे मैं समझा इसमें प्रॉब्लम कहीं और निकली चेक
पोडियम पे बोलना भैया ना पोडियम पे बोलना माइक ऑन है
Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello, check 1 2 3. Hello, testing.
And then my one will come on. It's almost 2:45, you see.
Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. I'm Megan Davies and I'll be the chair for today's session. I'm looking forward to 2 presentations today, both on English and multilingualism in the South African context. And first, I'd like to welcome up to the podium Zubeda Ndesai, who will be presenting to us on learning through the medium of English in multilingual South Africa, enabling disabling learners.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Namaste, Salam Alaikum, good afternoon, everybody. I want to start off on a lighter note and tell you a story about my mother, who's now deceased. I was the first, two decades ago, I was the first one in my family to purchase an answering machine. And she used to phone me regularly to find out, to run errands for her. So I told her, when the answering machine comes on, she must tell the machine, Zubeda, I speak of a version of Marathi, Kokani. So I said to her, she must tell the machine, Zubeda, gara ilis mana phone kar. So then for many weeks, she never used it at all. One day I came home from work late and the message said, tell your mother phoned. She couldn't believe that she could speak Kokani on the machine and that I would understand. So I said to her, it's not the machine that understands the Kokani, it's me that understands it. The topic of my paper is on the presentation is on the board, learning through the medium of English in multilingual South Africa, enabling or disabling learners. Or another way of putting it is, how can we enable all learners? Is it automatic that we will disable learners, or can we enable all learners by trying different strategies? That just gives you a brief overview of the talk. Now, I don't know whether many of you have heard that at the moment there are student protests, university student protests in South Africa, which have been going on for more than a month now. And in fact, before that, there were protests that had started at the University of Cape Town and at the University of Stellenbosch and the University of the Free State. At the University of Cape Town, the campaign was around the Rhodes Must Fall statue, and it was about the decolonizing the curriculum and what is taught at the University of Cape Town. And that went on for many weeks, and then it spread to other campuses, and at that stage, it spread to the former, what we used to call the former white campuses. At Stellenbosch, it took the form of an anti-Afrikaans approach. And the same thing happened at the University of the Free State. There was a clamor for getting rid of Afrikaans and using only English. Now, South Africa is a deeply divided and unequal society. Despite it being 21 years since the first democratic elections in 1994, it remains a deeply divided and unequal society. And recently, the students have been protesting about the fees. And they've won a victory in the sense that President Zuma has said that next year there will be no fee increases. But there are groupings of students who are still continuing with the protests. And at the university where myself and Vuyokazi Nomlomo work, the University of the Western Cape, it's actually closed at the moment because there are about 100 students that are still protesting, and they're saying, do away with all fees. Cancel the historic debt, which is something like 250 million, which the university can't afford. And the university's approach is that we need to adopt a national strategy to deal with the issues, not an institutional strategy. But the students aren't listening, and there's been a lot of vandalism at the university, and it's been quite an unsettling time for all of us in South Africa. So it's in that context that I think this conversation takes on a particular significance. And there's almost an Orwellian cry, English good, Afrikaans bad, African languages invisible. Now, I always say this, that during apartheid we had 2 official languages. Now we have 11. So a simple arithmetic tells me we should have a 2+ approach. But in reality, what is happening, it's a 2- approach, with English being used predominantly in most domains of higher domains in life, you see. Now, we've heard criticisms of this conference or previous conferences focusing only on the pedagogic, on the language and education. I'm not going to make any apologies for that. I am an educator, a teacher, And I'm approaching this topic from a pedagogic perspective, not from a political perspective. Then in multilingual societies, people tend to use their linguistic repertoires as resources, not impediments. And I think educational institutions have to take this as their starting point, instead of ignoring pupils and students' existing language repertoires. We use that as a starting point, you see. And then I'm accepting that the clamor for English is a given. So the question is, how do we enable real access to English in vastly different contexts and vastly differing contexts? It's almost a social justice issue. It would be hypocritical of me to deny people access to English. And so the question is, how do we enable access, real access, for the majority of people in South Africa? And increasingly, I'm realizing that the one-size-fits-all approach does not work in the South African context and probably in many other multilingual contexts. That we need to look very sensitively at the differing contexts and adopt different strategies for different situations. But having said that, I think we need to realize that in South Africa, under apartheid, difference meant historically inequality. So any kind of difference is treated with suspicion. So one has to be very sensitive as to how one approaches the different strategies. And the three contexts that I will be looking at are a township school, Crystal House, South Africa. Now I believe there's a Crystal House in India as well, and I'll talk about it when I come to that point. And then what I call former white schools, and then I'll make some concluding remarks. Now, English is learnt and used as a medium in very many different contexts. There are those who are learning English voluntarily to expand their linguistic repertoires. But there are those that are forced to learn English to enable them to gain access to education and to other domains in life. And that's my focus, the focus of my paper. And in that category are people that are immersed in English and people that are learning English in a school context. So people that are acquiring English, for example, in a country like the United States or United Kingdom would be immersed in English. But likewise in South Africa, people who live in the former white suburbs would be immersed in English, unlike people who are living in a township area like Khayelitsha. Now I wanted to just try and give you the brief features of the different kinds of scenarios that I'll be looking at. And I'm capturing them quite simplistically. Obviously, it's much more complex than this, but for the purposes of the presentation, I'm just mentioning the essential points. Now, in a township school in Khayelitsha, the population, believe it or not, even though it's in a city area, Khayelitsha is a peri-urban area, it's a relatively homogeneous linguistic environment, where almost 99% of the population would speak Xhosa, and some of them would hardly have any access to English. There is very little exposure to English at home. Despite television, there's very little exposure to English at home, and there aren't many books available in English for pupils in this area. And then teachers are not always proficient in English. And then English is learnt as what is known in South Africa as a first additional language, what some people would refer to as a second language. It's not learnt as a home language, despite the fact that it is used as a medium of instruction from grade 4. So when they come to grade 4, they are expected to behave as mother tongue speakers of English and learn all the subjects in English, but they actually have never learnt English as a home language. They've only learnt it as a second language. And there's a disjuncture between the requirements of English as a medium and the syllabus for English first additional language. English first additional language is fairly easy compared to the requirements of the curriculum. Now, Crystal House South Africa is a school that was started by Crystal De Haan, and she's got 4 other such schools, one in India, one in Mexico, one in the United States, and I can't remember where the 5th one is. And these are schools that are very well resourced, but they cater for the children of the poor. And in the South African context, there's one in Cape Town, and it caters largely for children who were formerly classified colored or African language speaking children. And the teachers are all proficient in English, and where the children are speakers of isiXhosa, in those classes there's a teacher aide who speaks isiXhosa. It's a resource-rich environment, and it offers English as a home language. So that's the context of this one. Sorry, the other thing I wanted to say is that the children of Crystal House aren't really exposed much to English at home. But the school environment, they get very good exposure to English. Unlike the township children who aren't exposed to English at home, nor in the school properly, you see. That's the difference. And then you get the former white schools, where the classrooms are often linguistically diverse in that the pupil population speaks different languages, but the teachers are usually from an English language background and usually speakers of English as a home language. The pupils generally come from more middle-class environments, and where there's English often spoken at home, and then the pupils come from areas which are fairly linguistically diverse. So they won't come from only an isiXhosa speaking environment. They would come from an area where maybe Afrikaans is spoken or English is spoken, depending on where they live. Sorry. I think it was Harun yesterday that mentioned the annual national assessments that the country undergoes every year, and they are in numeracy and literacy, or English and for home language and mathematics. And I just wanted to give to you the 2014 ANA results for home language at grade 3, 6, and 9 levels. So grade 6 and 9, they will be studying through the medium of English, but these are still, they're being tested in their home language. And at grade 3, home language was 56% score. In grade 6, average score. Grade 6, it was 63%, and in grade 9, it was 48%. Now, bear in mind that at least 70%, if not more, about 80% of the pupils in South Africa have African languages as home languages. So when I say home language, it means all the 11 languages, but the majority of them are African languages. And in fact, you'd see that there was a decline in grade 9. It was 48%. What happens is that for the first 3 years, the home language is used both as a medium and as a subject. And in grade 6, it's still fairly fresh. But in grade 9, it's quite a few years since they've really studied the language, and so their scores decline in that language. And they're not any better for English as a first additional language, because the first additional language scores were for grades 4, 6, and 9, 41% averages, 45%, and in grade 9, 34%. So you see in grade 9 a decline in both their home language and a decline in their first additional language. So if I were to sum up the access to English in those 3 different contexts, in the township school, it would be access to English would be limited and it would be flawed. In the Crystal House school, there would be very good exposure, but it would be confined to the school environment. And in the former Model C schools or the former white schools, there'd be very good exposure, which is not only confined to the school environment, they're also getting good exposure in the home background, in the home environment. Now, before I move to the next slide, I just wanted to illustrate to you, I did a task with grade 4 pupils in a township school. It was a narrative piece of writing. I gave them 6 pictures, and they had to put them in sequence, and then they had to write a narrative story based on those pictures. And I gave them the same task in English and in Xhosa. So this is what the child, a pupil in grade 4, wrote in isiXhosa. And I will give the English translation of that in a short while, but you see that is what the pupil wrote. Quite a bit of text. And that would be the English translation of that isiXhosa version. And I'll just give you a moment to look at that. And then that same child wrote this in English about that same picture story. That is what the child did in his own language, her own language, and this is what the child does in English. And in grade 4, we judge them on the basis of this. I've got 5 minutes, I've got to rush off. So my argument is that and I'm not really concerned about the former white schools. They can look after themselves. They're resource rich. I'm not really worried about Crystal House School. It can also look after itself. My concern is more with the township schools and how we enable access to English in the kind of context that I illustrated now. And here I think it is crucial that we look at the link between the home language or the mother tongue and English. That, I mean, if this is what a child can do in his own language, then this is what you need to draw on instead of pretending it doesn't exist and pretend that this is all that the child knows, you see. So there needs to be a much closer relationship between home language development and the acquisition of English in that kind of context. And this is something that is supported by the Canadian scholar Jim Cummins, who's written a lot about the relationship between first language development and acquisition of a second language. And the kinds of bilingual programs that work, that are successful, are those that draw on the home language. And then in that kind of context, I would argue that English needs to be taught as a subject, but it needs to be taught by people who are proficient in the language and who are specialists in English language teaching. Currently, what happens is that in primary school, the teacher teaches virtually all the subjects, virtually all, regardless of whether the teacher is strong in English or not. And I have said this elsewhere, and I've even said this to government officials, is that maybe we need to think, if we say there aren't enough English teachers, maybe we need to think in terms of itinerant teachers. So a particular district, there'll be English specialists, and they would move from one school to the other, instead of having people who aren't proficient in English teaching English as a subject, because then they don't acquire English sufficiently to be able to use it later in life. And this is a view that is borne by many studies which focus on both L1 and L2 development. Ramirez's study in the United States in 1991, Thomas and Collier's study in 2002, my own studies in Khayelitsha, the Loitasa project as well. These all illustrated there's an important link between the first language development and acquiring a second language. And this applies particularly to the written languages, the written standard of the language. And I enjoyed Osama's energizing talk, but I think that the written medium is the business of education. We cannot ignore that. And when children go to school, they have to acquire the written medium. Regardless of what we might think about democracy, etc., the elitists, we have to acquire the written medium. And this is a view that's also borne by Kwesi Kwapra, the sociologist and language scholar from Ghana, who's based in Cape Town. And he says that this richness in command over languages is, however, mainly oral, with little or hardly any basis in literacy. And he says it is a multilingualism which suffers from all the debilities of orality as opposed to literacy. I know it's not something that Osama will agree with, but I think that in education, this is a very important aspect, that we need more opportunities for children to write in their own languages. And the child that produced that piece, they didn't have opportunities to write like that. There are very few opportunities to write at school. It's also a point that's taken up by Hassana Alidu, the importance of developing written materials in African languages, if we want to keep them alive and intellectualize them, as John said earlier, drawing on Neville and Bamboshe. Now, one of the concluding slides that I want to show is that when we talk about the medium of instruction, we tend to see it as it's an all or nothing approach. But I think we need to see it much more flexibility. It refers to the languages used for teaching, the languages used in the setting of assignments and tasks and exams, the languages used in writing the exams and the tasks, the languages used in the text material that's available, and the languages that students use in their own self-directed learning. I'll skip that one. I'll just conclude by saying that I want to draw on Woolf's quote Language is not everything in education, but without language, everything is nothing in education. And in terms of township schools, people would say, yes, but there are lots of mixed schools nowadays. But the integration that's happening in South Africa is a one-way integration at the top level. It's not happening at the bottom level. The township schools remain largely 99% African. The teachers are mainly African language speaking, but it's the white schools that are becoming integrated, you see. And so I conclude by, that's the picture story that I gave them. And just to say that I want to conclude by saying, reiterating the point that I started off, that access to English can be enabling for all students if we adopt different approaches for different contexts. Thank you very much. Sorry for rushing like that. Sorry, just get rid of that. I want to get rid of that. Would you get rid of that?
Thank you, Zubeda, for that great presentation. I'd like to allow some time for questions. I have about 10 minutes. Any questions that anyone might have? Do you have a microphone?
Do you mind if I sit down?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Do we have another microphone for questions? Can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you. John Simpson, British Council, Sub-Saharan Africa. More of a comment, really, than a question, simply to reinforce one of the points that Zubeda was making, except in this occasion, it's not so much to do with the students' language, but teachers, and it somehow bears out the very striking contrast you were showing between the pupils' two versions of a text, you know, the same, that's right, one in the African language and the paucity of the text in English. And I was just thinking of how that's also paralleled in some work which was done by the EdQual consortium in fact, Ghana and Tanzania, looking at comparing the language of instruction in Kiswahili in Tanzania with English medium instruction at the same level of basic education. And essentially a similar finding came from that work, which was that teachers had a much richer repertoire of teaching styles and strategies when they were working through the familiar language, Kiswahili in Tanzania, or one of the Ghanaian languages in Ghana, compared with the more limited professional skills repertoire of teachers who were working through the medium of English. And in most cases, of course, for them it was an additional language. So it actually works on both ways, limiting the teachers' repertoire, professional skills, as well as the learners', you know, demonstration of their knowledge and their ability. So.
Hi, thank you, Zubeda, for that really interesting talk. I love the slide on what the medium of instruction means. You have a list. Could you show that again, possibly? Do we have time? Yes, the one about when the medium, what the medium of instruction means for teaching, materials, assessment, and there were a few others, and I thought that was really interesting. But also a really nice point about what students can do in each of their languages.
There we are.
There, yeah, thank you. Is there anything else you want to say about that? I don't know. I just think that's really interesting. It's a good reminder of what all of the things that go into a medium of instruction decision. So thank you for that.
Just to kind of comment on that. Yeah. At University of the Western Cape, when I was teaching a module on social linguistics in education, I used to translate the question paper into English, Afrikaans, and Xhosa. But the students would all write in English, but it's amazing how many of them came to me to say, thank you for having translated the questions. At least we could understand the questions. So even if it's a small step, but it's how appreciative students get when one makes the attempt to try and meet them halfway. So it's not an all or nothing approach. There are lots of things that we can do that we're not doing.
Thanks very much, Zubaida. I just want to pick up on your last point about what we can be doing. And I would like to ask you what you think universities could be doing in terms of preparing teachers to teach particularly early grade literacy, to actually help them to teach more effectively.
I think universities can do much more than they are. And for example, for next year we are offering a new program, the foundation phase, Bachelor of Education in the foundation phase of teaching. And we want to try out a dual medium approach in our classrooms, in our lecture theatres, so that we model for them what we expect them to model in the classroom. But, and at the same time also producing some materials in Xhosa and Afrikaans instead of only in English. And also getting students, developing concepts in other languages other than only English, you see. So that's what we're wanting to do. We have been doing it in very small ways, and one of the things that I argue is that what often happens is that it's left to the individual, the goodwill of the individual academic. It must be an institutional response and a national response rather than the goodwill of one or other academic. At the moment, it depends on our goodwill.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just very quickly pick up on Carol's observation of this and add to it's a whole area really of assessing learning and the languages which are used, because this is absolutely critical to learning outcomes and achievement. And it seems to me that whereas some research, some interesting work has been done in the area of the curriculum, textbooks, pedagogy, etc., relatively little, I think, focus has been on issues around assessing learning in, for example, English as an additional language, as distinct from familiar languages, and the impact of that on students' learning outcomes. I know of one study in Zanzibar, the SPINE project, Student Performance in National Examinations, which was, I think, led by Pauline Ray Dickens of Bristol University. And what they very ably demonstrated was just how much, the usage of English as an additional language in national examinations limited students' ability to demonstrate their knowledge and skills, and so was actually depressing their examination scores. And so, it for me is a critical area of research and for us to engage with, and I'd like to see more of that happening, really.
I think that's a very important point. And there is very little work happening in that regard. It's something that we tried out in the Loitasa project, the language of instruction in Tanzania and South Africa, where we looked at, in South Africa, we looked at mathematics and science, where learners from grade 4 to 6 were taught, in the experimental class, they were taught in isiXhosa, and in the other class, control class, they were taught in English. But even in the experimental class, we gave them the materials in English and in Xhosa. We had translated workbooks into Xhosa, and then the assessment was entirely in Xhosa for maths and science. And some of those learners did far better, many of them did far better than the students in the control class, and some of them actually even landed up at the University of the Western Cape and started doing degrees. And in fact, they come and say hello to us after so many years. So that's an area that I think needs to be further researched, because are we really assessing pupils and students' knowledge if they are writing in a language that they can't express themselves in, but they know the answers? And how do we know they know the answers if we don't assess them in their language?
All right, unless there are any other brief questions, I think we're going to move on. Thank you so much, Zubaida, for your presentation and for the questions and comments. Now our next presentation that we'll have will be strengthening the implementation of multilingualism and empowering or marginalizing South African learners. And this will be presented by Harun Mohammed, who's the Director of Continuing Teacher Professional Development, and by Caroline Grant, who's the Head of English for Education Systems in the British Council. So welcome to the podium.
So good afternoon, namaste, assalamu alaikum, and all the other languages that may be represented and I'm not aware of. And as indicated, it's a joint presentation, so I'll do the beginning part, Caroline will come in, and then I'll end up with a few concluding points. The presentation outline is, we'll do a little bit of contextualization, but I think Zubeida's presentation has given you a clear sense. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the slides that I had prepared. In fact, I think it might be more fruitful to talk about the how issues, and I've got a couple of discussion points to put forward. But just to indicate that, briefly, I'll just share not the aims so much, but the experience that we've had in the implementation of multilingualism, and then the responses to those experiences in the last few years. And Caroline will speak particularly about the English First Additional Language and a little bit about the collaboration that the department has with British Council, even in the incremental introduction of African languages. But maybe just to preemptively, you can see our response is English First Additional Language, incremental introduction of African languages, sign language, which hasn't been spoken much about in this conference, and then English across the curriculum, which was mentioned by Ajit Mohanty in his speech as well, and a couple of concluding points. So just very generally, South Africa has policies and programs supportive and committed to multilingualism. If you look at our constitution and you look at our language and education policy and recently the incremental introduction to policy, the commitment is there, and there are programs that are meant to be supported. From the information that I have available, significant strides have been made to valorize the historically marginalized languages. There is implementation, but the implementation is experiencing delays depending on where you're coming from. But a lot of the people I speak to, and one of the projects in my directorate is about the implementation of African languages. And so there's a sense of frustration that after 20 years, we've moved so slowly. And my sense is most people would agree with that. And resource constraints, which I'll speak a little bit about just now. So after 21 years of democracy, and in spite of constitutional and policy commitments, the current profile of the provision of multilingualism is still unlevel. And my concluding point is that although we've made progress and there's reason to celebrate, a lot more is needed to reach equity, and a couple of points will be made around there. So I'm going to skip all of this because I did present this yesterday, and when the paper comes out, we'll put all of that in the presentation. But the pattern is, the former colonized languages, particularly English and Afrikaans, are very strong in official and trades, and in the trade spheres, but in terms of usage, the African languages are most predominant, and as somebody was presenting, almost every South African can speak 3 languages, at least. Okay, Zubeida mentioned something about the ANA results, so we had some graphic illustration of the point you were making. Maybe the most important point to make is that most learners in South Africa learn in a language that is not their home language, and because the inequality profile is so stark, the majority of them don't have the materials that your and my children probably have had in the home to enable them to learn English. So, there's a double disadvantage there. But let me move on. I'm going to skip all of these. This is the LEAP policy. As I'm saying, the commitment is there. In practice, what is happening is in most schools, children spend 3 years, their first 3 years in home language instruction. But just an important caveat is that most of the teachers teaching in those languages are not well qualified. And that's because of the deliberate policy of the past, where African languages were provided as subjects, but provision for teaching in African languages is not strong. So I'm going to skip all of this. I want to move rather to the experience. So LEAP has been in implementation since 1994. There's substantial support for it by all sections of the diverse society. It's an important point to make because it was a huge battle to get that sense of consensus. And even now, there are some sections of the South African population who resist, or they for purposes of national contribution or patriotism, they support it, but they don't support it with their heart. So the example in Luvuyo's presentation that was made earlier on, for me, is a form of illustration of that. Okay, it has not been possible to offer the full provision to the policy due to logistical and financial challenges, but my thinking is the policy needs some revision. I'll make a comment about that just now. So the data that we have is showing us there's not enough qualified teachers and materials to offer teaching of and in the indigenous languages. And as Luvuyo's presentation indicated, and as I mentioned yesterday, in the introduction of the incremental introduction of African languages, what we found is we were supposed to implement national policy in 2014, but it was delayed because we were not able to find enough teachers to teach it in a small portion, and it's about 6% of our schools. Okay, so there have been pilot projects wherein children are taught in the home language. The results have been very positive. Zubaida just mentioned that earlier on, but in one of the rural areas in the Eastern Cape, a school has been implementing in the primary school instruction in isiXhosa, and the comparison is showing that the children are performing better than the children who are in English medium. So, yeah, okay. I'm going to skip that. Okay. I think we've made that point, so I'm not going to... Okay, so just the language development framework. So English First Additional Language was introduced as a compulsory teaching offering in the foundation phase since 2012, I think it was, and that wasn't the case before. But that was out of a recognition of the current minister who felt, you know, having looked at the annual national assessment and the school exit exam results, where you could see that the children were struggling with English as the medium of assessment. So that's been introduced, and Caroline will speak a little bit more about the project that we've got to try and improve the teaching of English First Additional Language. I'll say a little bit about the incremental introduction of African languages, sign language and English across the curriculum. So just some information about the progress that's been made. We're hoping the program next year will be successful. There's still a bit of a struggle at the moment around finding the teachers, finding the budget for the teachers in those schools that are not offering African language at the moment. And we've asked our provinces to develop what we're calling a customized profile of every teacher who will be teaching, so that the teacher support and development program that they will have to undergo is suited to their needs. So the point I'm making is that in the last 5 or 6 years, the attempt has been made, but it hasn't been very successful, because the pitch, the alignment between the competence that they have and the support that they need, we didn't get right. Okay, so I'm going to skip through all of this, and just before Caroline comes in, I thought I'll just make a couple of points because I've sacrificed some of my slides. One of the issues in this conference that has been coming up is, are people aware of multilingualism and multilingual policy? In South Africa, there is awareness, but my sense is it's first level awareness. And to be able to implement the policy effectively, you need textured and in-depth awareness. So our sense of the work moving forward is that more work needs to be done in making people aware of the depth that's required to be able to offer multilingual experiences. Then at the policy level, what was very interesting in one of the presentations yesterday is that you need at least 6 years of instruction in home language before you make a transition to, if you want to call it English in the South African case, and South Africa is not doing that. So my sense is that there should be, even though I'm a government official and I'm a policy maker and I support the policy that there is, but I think there needs to be policy review around that, and I'm certainly going to be lobbying quite strongly for 6 years. Okay, the other issue is the valorization of African languages needs a lot more attention than has been the case. Nobody's mentioned it so far, but in the South African case, what has happened is, since 1994, when the languages were given their rights and their place, there hasn't been consensus among the language people around what constitutes standard isiZulu or isiXhosa, and that fight still continues. So it's a standardization and valorization issue. Then the issue of resources, you need more time to be able to offer a multilingual experiences. And in the case of English First Additional Language, what we're finding is both with the teachers and learners, if you don't have enough time, you don't get the depth. And then issues around content and methodology, and then teacher training. But I've got a little bit more time, so I'll say.
Okay, thanks very much, Haroon. Okay, I'd like to pick up on the British Council collaboration with the Department of Basic Education and more recently with the Department of Higher Education and Training as well. This collaboration started in 2012, and I think what was absolutely critical for us as the British Council was to really fit in with the department's policy and with the language policy, and to spend actually quite a long time, at least 6 months, of consultation with the DBE and other key stakeholders, including teacher unions in South Africa, to ensure that whatever we were doing was supporting the policy and that it was not regarded as a small project or, in South African terminology, an add-on. I heard this term repeatedly from people in the department where they would reassure teachers what we're doing with the British Council is not an add-on, because otherwise it would not have been accepted. You know, South African teachers have been really overburdened with many, many policy changes, curriculum changes, and this was not the time now to bring in something that was going to be seen as an add-on. Anyway, to move on to what is it exactly? Well, it's rooted within a very high-level memorandum of understanding or declaration of intent, signed up at a very high level with the Minister of Education in South Africa and the CEO of the British Council. And it's a long-term collaboration. It's a 7-year collaboration. And it clearly sets out the roles and responsibilities of each of the partners. And it's clearly understood and shared what these are. Practically, what does that mean? It was identified that teacher training was absolutely critical. And so the core of our program is around teacher training, the certificates in primary and secondary English language teaching, which I will refer to as SciPELT and SciSALT. And these are British Council-developed teacher training programs that have been developed from our experience of teaching English second language across the world, and a very practical yet rich teacher training offer, which I will go into in more detail. The strengthening of English medium instruction. I'll touch on how the work we've been doing with the teacher training in SciPELT and SciSALT has also had a very positive effect on the incremental introduction of African languages. We are piloting a Learn English audio project, which I'll speak briefly about, and then there's some other offers in science, maths, and school leadership. I'm just going to move on a bit. I think the last point is really key. And I think it points to the sustainability of the program, is that we provide the technical support and perhaps some innovation, but the department provides the institutional support, the policy direction, and the resources for the rollout of the program. And I think this is absolutely critical for the success of such a collaboration. Once the DOI has expired, the program is there, it's embedded. Okay, so why are we focusing on English? Well, because it's in the policy. It's key to the policy that English first additional language has been prioritized. Moving on to these courses and the aims of these courses. Very ambitious aims to reach 400,000 teachers and 12 million learners in South Africa. I spoke about the expanding the knowledge of, good sound practices in English, a focus on key themes and topics, and also critically to develop the reflection and action planning skills of the teachers. These are how the courses have been designed and developed. So that's the kind of the underlying principle of the course, both courses. I'm moving on to the SciPELT. It's a modular course with a strong focus on resource development, teachers making their own resources out of locally available materials and then trying out those resources. The SciCelt, the secondary course, has 2 levels to it, with a strong focus on encouraging learner independence and also tapping into different learning styles. This is just an overview of the kinds of modules within that course. What we also did with both courses was we ensured that we also wrote additional courses together with the DBE to fill in any gaps. So we mapped the courses against the curriculum and then filled in any gaps with new material. An unintended consequence for the British Council, certainly, was that these courses, the methodology offered in these courses, actually had a big impact on the new policy for introducing African languages. And you'll see that these are the key transferable aspects of SciPelt. And the course writers within the DBE essentially took the methodology for English, first additional language, and they said, this is going to work perfectly well for the African languages. And I'd just like to show you a very short, oops, Haroon, can you? Just get the video going. While Haroon's getting that going,
Oh no, it's not going to.
hopefully, I just wanted to show you a very short clip of the SciPelt course in action, just to give you a flavor.
I'm going to show you how to play this game. A, you throw the dice. After throwing a dice, you read what is on the face of the dice and you do the action. And then before you ask, what did you do? And then you respond. Let's try it. Throw the dice, Mulifi. Let's try it once more. You must speak louder. Read louder. Throw the dice. Eat. I'm going to show you how to play this game. A, you throw the dice. After throwing a dice, you read what is on the face of the dice and you do the action. And then
Okay, right. Okay, right, so that was just a very short clip. And then the third intervention was to focus on the multi-grade schools in South Africa, of which there are 6,000, where resources are extremely limited, including lack of electricity. So we've been trialing these solar-powered MP3 players with SD cards that are actually preloaded with curriculum-related material. So I'd like to hand over to Haroon now.
Okay, we've already spoken about this. I'm going to skip past it, just to reiterate that from next year, all schools that are not offering African languages, so that will be mainly the formerly white, Indian and colored schools. But there are some schools in the African component who don't offer. Okay, so I'm going to skip all of that, but let's move to the conclusion. So the current multilingual policy in South Africa, we convinced, raises the profile of all the languages, is intended to make a contribution to redressing the imbalance of English and Afrikaans as the dominant languages, and will contribute to social cohesion. It will take English and Afrikaans mother tongue speakers out of their comfort zone and provide opportunity for empathy with the majority of learners. In fact, there are some schools, particularly in the Western Cape, where the schools have enthusiastically taken this on, and the evidence that we've been getting back is showing that that's been the case. Proficiency in 3 South African languages equips all learners with soft skills and intercultural tools to succeed in the workplace. It will contribute to the transformation of schools and universities. In fact, one of the universities, University of KwaZulu-Natal, is already embarking on a program of making sure that offering is in African languages. This against the background that a few years ago, a lot of the African language faculties were closing down. And then there was a sudden return of energy, and that's been turned around. And then so we're saying, unless there is sufficient investment and deep investment in teacher training, teaching and learning materials, and transformative language policies at basic and higher education levels, it may not progress beyond a superficial attempt to redress language and inequity. In fact, we just maybe make 1 or 2 points that I wasn't able to make when I was on earlier. The issue of the content of English, I think, is an important issue. I think as Ajit was saying in his opening presentation, English is not a neutral language. But there are forms, and more work needs to be done on presentation of forms of the language which is friendly to people who are coming into the language from a home language background. But the content includes issues around decolonization of the language and the culture of English, and obviously Afrikaans in our case. And that will probably make a big difference as we move forward. But thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much to both Haroon and Caroline. Now we have questions for either of the presenters. Yes. Yeah, let's get a microphone. Sorry. Yes, to Carol first.
Hi, thank you so much for that. It was a lot of information at once, and I would love to go back to a slide if possible, and it was the key transferable aspects. So the things that you feel have transferred from this English focus to improving the situation of African languages. I didn't quite get that, and there were a lot of things on that chart that I'm not sure. Yeah, could you possibly explain it a little more?
So if we start with, the emphasis on learning styles. So within the course, the SciPELT course, the Certificate in Primary English Language Teaching, there's a strong emphasis on providing opportunities and tasks that key into different learning styles. There are also activities and strategies to focus strongly on developing listening and speaking, which tends to be neglected. Total physical response is also a very key part, particularly in grades 1 to 3, using that as an effective technique for teaching and learning. Using translation and opportunities to use the home language for instructions, and seeing the home language as a rich resource to enable the learning of English. Lots of opportunity to use songs and rhymes, and the resources actually given to the teachers. Again, there's a whole module on vocabulary and how you make it memorable. And in each of the modules, there's a lesson plan and a set of resources to help the teacher. So it's not just a theoretical course. And again, for each one of those, there's a whole module around each of those topics, a lesson plan and additional resources, and during the training the teachers are shown how to make the resources and how to use them. So I don't know if I've made that clear.
So what's not clear to me is how this relates to teaching mother tongue, or do you mean it transfers to the teaching of African languages as additional languages? Or because if you're working with a language that children already speak, you don't need to use TPR, for example. So that's why I'm not clear about this slide in particular.
Yeah.
So one thing I think I get is that There's some good teaching methodologies that are definitely crossing over. But
I'm talking about the, okay, go on.
And I was just going to say, what had happened was when we did the SciPelt and SciCelt with our subject advisors, because of the communicative approach that was used, it was at that time, that was between 2012 and early 2015, regarded as one of the best training sessions that the National Department had coordinated. So what then happened was we took, if you want, the methodology of the SciPelt and SciCelt and developed materials and ran training programs when we did the training for the African language incremental introduction. So yeah, I think in a nutshell, the point is that it's very interactive, it's communicative, it's a focus on creativity that is the strength of this process.
So, sorry, so you mean the actual training strategies transferred? Okay, thanks.
And I think also the course design as well.
Okay, I think next I saw, sorry, Zubaida and then to the back.
Just a quick question, and I'm not trying to put you under the spotlight, but it's something that I commented on when the incremental introduction of African languages was being introduced, as our faculty had to respond, and it was part of my faculty's response. My concern was that it might be more wise to introduce the other African language in grade 4 rather than in grade 1, given that our pupils are struggling with literacy in their home language, let alone literacy with English, and to now introduce them to another African language in grade 1 in a very short school day makes it very difficult to do things properly. So in fact, my suggestion was, I applauded the initiative, but introduce it later in grade 4. I don't know how far gone this is, whether it will happen in grade 1 or whether there's still opportunity to assess that.
Okay, the first point maybe to make is the majority of the learners who will be exposed to IALL will be non-African language users.
Sorry, but I thought if I'm speaking isiZulu, then I will learn Sepedi.
No. This is in schools that are not offering any African language at all.
Okay, but I thought the policy was indicating that we want a Sepedi speaker to learn Zulu and vice versa. And English-speaking people and Afrikaans-speaking people to learn an African language.
No, this was mainly, it's applying to English and Afrikaans users of the language, yeah. So in that sense, it's a small...
You didn't say that initially.
Yeah, there was a revision of the policy, and as I said, there were, over the 3-year period, there was a lot of pushing and pulling and delays because there was a level of unreadiness, etc., yeah.
Thank you. There's one question in the back. That's probably all we'll have time for.
Thank you, Caroline and Harun. I've got a question, Caroline, with regard to training, your training, professional development training. I think I heard you saying that one of your slides, in fact, so we were saying that you're focusing on pre-service and in-service trainers, teachers, if I'm correct. Yeah. And then I was just interested to check with you as to how do you do it with pre-service teachers? How do you do that kind of training? My understanding would be that those would still be students in institutions of higher education. And the second question I have is for Harun with regard to the implementation of IALL. With regard to the training of teachers, who are the teachers who will be teaching, who will be implementing this program? The reason why I'm asking that question is that I'm a bit concerned if, for example, we don't really give rigorous training in African languages. We base whatever we're doing on the basis of English. Because I think each language should be dealt with deeply within its own structure and within its all other things that compose it. So I'm just trying to check with you as to what kind of training do you give to those teachers who would be able to, in order to assist them to implement the the program well when it starts next year. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those questions. The issue of the incorporation of the SciPELT into pre-service, we haven't formalized it. We've spoken to the universities about it. We've done presentations in the Dean's Forum. And we've had a lot of discussions, and Caroline will share with you, I think one university has taken on the course as part of one of its diplomas. But she'll share the detail. I'll just, oh, you want to?
Yeah, let me just finish off with that one. In fact, when I say pre-service, I mean we're not aiming to teach the students, but it's to involve the universities and the education faculties. So for all the initial rounds of training that were organized by the DBE, all the education faculties were invited, and many of them sent representatives. And so far, we've had a lot of interest from Northwest University, who have actually taken SciPELT and SciSALT and put it through SACE, and also WITS Language School has also shown a lot of interest in it. So essentially, these courses are available to any university who would may be interested in maybe incorporating a portion of it into a PGCE or a BEd, or offer it as a standalone course, because Northwest actually has a big distance learning faculty, and they're still doing these certificate courses. They thought it would be really useful. So it's a resource that's available. And also for the rollout, we see the universities being partners in the rollout to all of these teachers.
Okay, your second question. So who are these teachers? Where are they? How good are they? I think that's your question you're asking. And that's the struggle we're having. As I indicated, there's a shortage of teachers. So one of the reasons for the delay was that we found there's not too many of them. There's a few strong ones. In the case of Western Cape, for example, they use the itinerant teaching method. So one master teacher was roving between schools. But can you imagine the timetable nightmare then? So that's the struggle that we had. And so at the moment, the provinces are, they've gone on a recruitment drive. I don't have the figures on the top of my head, but there was a Council of Education Ministers meeting, 2 meetings actually. Council of Education Ministers are our provincial ministers of education. And they did the feasibility study and the risk analysis. And the view is that we are ready to run. But one sense, having worked in the field for a long time, is that even though we've done training of we trained 200 subject advisors last year and the year before in preparation for this. And as you know, our system then depends on the provincial officials to train the teachers, which has its strengths and weaknesses. So at the moment, the indication is that there's a level of readiness. But as I mentioned in my presentation, we've asked our provinces to do a profile of each of the teachers who are going to be teaching, and to then determine their development needs to offer the language properly and make sure that they are supported while they start with the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize, we've had to cut so much short today. We're already over time now, so I think we'll end it there. But I'd like to give to each one of the presenters a thank you for your presentation, and have a picture of each one. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Duncan Wilson. I'm based with the British Council in Bangkok, in East Asia, the same part of the world as our illustrious speaker. Kirk Person, he lives in Bangkok for 28 years, I think he just said, so he's a long-time Thai aficionado, like myself. He describes himself as a Thailand-based linguist who has worked with the UNESCO Multilingual Education Group, the Royal Institute of Thailand's National Language Policy Committee, and with a number of NGO and university advisory bodies. Kirk's going to talk to us about recent MTB-MLE, which is mother tongue-based multilingual education projects and policies in Southeast Asia, I think primarily in the Philippines, Cambodia and Thailand, but also Vietnam, East Timor and Myanmar. He's going to highlight how the cooperation between academics, communities, governments and international organizations has enabled successful MTB-MLE implementation. Without further ado, I welcome our speaker, Kirk Person.
Well, thank you very much. It's always exciting to be to speak at about, later in the afternoon when everyone is feeling a little bit warm and your brain is overloaded with wonderful experiences. So I will try to be a cheerleader today because I am excited about MLE and I want you to be too. So let's, whoops, I shouldn't start at the end. I basically have two aims today. First, to provide an overview of the multilingual education movement in Southeast Asia. And then secondarily, as was mentioned, to demonstrate the impact that cooperation between local, national, international participants is having on language and education policies in several Asia-Pacific countries. Much of this is very new news. In fact, one thing I'll share just happened yesterday in Cambodia. So I'm trying to be very up to the minute with this reporting today. Well, as we all know, our world is incredibly diverse, over 7,000 languages, and most of them are in Asia and the Pacific. Many of you are familiar with Jim Cummins. 2 years ago, he made this statement that I really love. When we look at the research that has been carried out in bilingual and multilingual education, what we see over the past 10 to 15 years is an accumulation of evidence that has become almost overwhelming, consistent across very different sociological and sociolinguistic contexts. So when we look at what we know and what should inform policymakers in the government, it is not possible to credibly deny the legitimacy of multilingual education for minority and marginalized group students. So again, he's focused, of course, he's been an expert in this for about 30 years or more, but again, he's saying the last 10 to 15 years, we're seeing a lot more evidence. Now, one thing we need to do very carefully is define this issue of bilingual or multilingual education. Actually, just yesterday, okay, the person is not here, a presentation used this term, multilingual education, totally incorrectly. So there are many people out there saying MLE, but meaning something different. So this is not learning a foreign language as a subject, like Chinese students learning English for 1 hour a day. That is not multilingual education. It's not teaching a minority language as a subject for a few hours a week. It's not translating some textbooks into the mother tongue and then say, okay, we have bilingual education. That was done in one area of China. No one used the books. They never trained the teachers to use it. But still, the claim was, we have multilingual education. And after a few years, they decided it did not work because they really didn't have it. But it is using ethnic minority mother tongues as the main language of instruction for all subjects in the early grades and systematically bridging to other languages, national languages, international. So that's what we mean when we say mother tongue-based multilingual education. I'll use the term MLE through most of this presentation. So what we find in many communities, as I'm sure you've encountered, there are some children from minority groups who do okay in the second language. They can make the jump. But what we see worldwide is the majority of children are not able to transition well to the second language. Many of them drop out. In fact, I can use the example of Thailand. Thailand is famous for 98% literacy nationwide. But if you look at the details among children, you find that, well, in Bangkok, the capital, about 1% are illiterate. And those are mostly children with learning disabilities. But if you get into minority areas, you find that 25 to 36% of children are still illiterate in grade 2, which means they've been in Thai schools for 4 years, and they still cannot conduct basic reading and writing skills. And you find this in other places in the world. The World Bank has said that about half of the world's out-of-school children are from communities where the language is not used in school. And that's important because really only about 5% of the world speaks minority languages, yet 50% of the dropouts come from those groups. Again, this research is a little old, but at least in 2007, they are saying many of the out-of-school girls belong to ethnic, religious, linguistic, racial, or other minorities. So in some cases, this definitely is a gender issue. So to address these issues, back in around 2003, 2004, several organizations based in Bangkok were noticing this pattern in many of the projects where they worked, that the children from minority languages were not doing well. So this group came together to form what is called the Multilingual Education Working Group. We are hosted by UNESCO Bangkok. This was the original group. Now we've expanded. I think there are about 10 organizations who are part of the working group. Our vision is basically quality education for all ethno-linguistic communities. We try to work with policymakers in various countries and assist the MLE movement any way we can with technical support, funding advice, networking. I think one of our big jobs has been to try to get policymakers to meet with the local people who are actually doing this MLE work. That's a very big challenge. One of the main ways we have done this is through a series of conferences. And I think, how many of you have been to one of the MLE conferences? I know Carol has. And so, okay, a few of you here have been there and been speakers. So by looking at these 4 conferences, we can trace the evolution of the MLE movement. The first conference in 2003, there wasn't much happening, at least in Southeast Asia. We had a few literacy programs, a few language revitalization programs, but not much MLE. So we had to look at examples from other places. And this is a favorite graph because it comes from my home country, the United States. Now, most people think that in the United States, everyone speaks English. That is not correct. Again, we have many thousands of children, many of them are children of migrants who've come to the United States who do not speak English in their home. They speak many Spanish, Russian, Vietnamese. Actually, in my hometown, all of the things that are sent to parents from the school are translated into Spanish, Korean, Vietnamese, as well as English. This is in Texas, okay? So a few years ago, some researchers decided to look at these children and see which of these children are being successful in American schools, because there are many different ways to try to help the kids. So they watched these kids all the way from the beginning of school to grade 12. And in the early years, all of the different methods for teaching them seem to be about the same. The children are making progress. However, by the end, we saw a great difference between those who were doing well, those who were doing poorly. Those who did poorly were the ones in English-only programs. Submersion. Basically, the more time they had their mother tongue in school, the better the long-term results that they had. Now, this is very political. Some American politicians disagree with this, but no one has really shown evidence to contradict this thus far. So at the 2003 conference, we looked at things like this. We also talked about how can you bridge between the first language and the second. And really, naturally, we learn to listen, then speak, then read, and then write. So in an MLE program, you need to do those things first in the mother tongue, and then teach the children to listen to the second language, speak it, read it, and finally write it. Now, of course, in most places, like when you learned English, what did you learn to do first? What's lesson number 1 for children in English class? Well, that should be. Was it in your country? Okay. Yes? Learning the alphabet, exactly. A, B, C, A, apple, write A. So it's usually totally backwards of the natural way that we learn. And that's true for so really the ideal MLE bridge, as we've projected it, is starting in kindergarten or preschool. Most of the time in the classroom would be in the mother tongue. And then as the children get older, the mother tongue, this brown area, reduces. The national language, the blue area, increases. And then other languages such as English are added along the way. And this type of bridging seems to be more effective. Some people have mentioned, like in Ethiopia, 8 years where the mother tongue is a good thing. The big danger is sometimes people see that mother tongue is working very well after just a year or two, and then they think it's not necessary anymore. So I think Carol and others have mentioned the early withdrawal, or trying to get kids, or early exit programs. In fact, just 2 years ago in Cambodia, a major political leader came to an area and saw the grade 1 children in the MLE schools were doing very wonderfully. So he said, this is great, MLE works, it's wonderful, and now we can cancel the project because the children are good at Khmer already. So we need that long-term approach. Also, in that time, Susan Malone, still in 2003, laid out what some of us call the spider web. For a successful program, you really need to do preliminary research on the situation, awareness raising, especially helping the parents understand, develop an alphabet, an orthography. If the language has not been written, you need to learn how to write it. And again, some of us in here, well, Pakistan has developed 5 new alphabets in just a few years. I've helped with 3 alphabets. Maybe some others of you have. So linguists can work with the community to develop new alphabets. It's not impossible, like some politicians think. And then developing curriculum, reading materials, training the teachers, monitoring and evaluating, making sure the teachers are doing it correctly, and also checking the progress of the students. Cooperating with other agencies and the government, and hopefully in the long term, a national language policy that will be supportive of MLE. So again, this is why a lot of cooperation is required for a strong MLE program. One person, one organization will not be successful. Well, by the second conference in 2008, many people were starting MLE, and they brought all their posters, curriculums, reading books, things that they had made, often that community people had made. And that's why at the end I'll be handing this out. This is a brochure on how communities can create curriculum. The curriculum does not need to be developed in the Ministry of Education in the capital city. Communities working with the indicators and goals expected by the ministry can develop their own curriculum. They can develop songs to teach the children. They can develop games. They can use their local culture as a resource for the education. Also at the 2008, we started to see some of the results coming in. For example, an MLE project in the Philippines showed that the children using their mother tongue did much better in English and much better in Filipino than other minority children who were in the normal schools. By the 2010 conference, we endeavored to connect MLE to the Millennium Development Goals. Sort of like yesterday when we had the gentleman from Denmark talking about medicine and how language is a factor there. So we tried to look at health, other development topics, and link that to language. And this is actually the Prime Minister of Thailand, who had just signed a new national language policy that was supportive of MLE. So that was very exciting. And actually, all of these conferences, we've tried to have a special event for policymakers. This time, we actually had a lunch for policymakers, a very closed, small group, and most of them were silent the whole time. They did not want to commit. One man was actually trembling because he was afraid that UNESCO would force him to write a policy, and when he got home, he'd get in big trouble in his ministry. So the policymakers were not excited yet. But again, these pilot projects continued. One of the very significant ones has been in southern Thailand. Now, in southern Thailand, the majority are Patani Malay-speaking Muslims, 90% of the people. But they are under the control of the Thai Buddhist government. And since 2004, 5,000 have been killed in this insurgency. dozens of schools have been burned, and 175 teachers have been killed. Sometimes the teachers are in front of their classroom, and the insurgents come in and shoot them in front of the children. Now, why attack schools? Well, in the view of the insurgents, the schools are trying to change the children to become Thai Buddhists instead of Muslim Malay speakers. And so they see the schools as like imperial places. And actually, most of the children have been failing in these schools anyway. Even one of the military generals admitted to me that one reason so many young men join the insurgents is they can't get a job anywhere else because even though they've been in Thai schools 8 years, 10 years, they still can't read and write Thai. And the Muslims in the South had asked for bilingual education in 1946. The person who asked for bilingual education disappeared shortly after that, and it was 60 more years before the government finally allowed MLE in this area. So again, as I mentioned earlier, the Thai levels in this area are very bad. Reading and writing abilities are much lower than the rest of the country. So again, we followed this pattern of working with the communities to develop an orthography, using the Thai script to write their language, write books, songs, games, all these other things. This is a teacher using a big book to teach some basic reading skills there. So a Thai person can read that book, but they would not understand it. Now, what are the results of this? Well, after 3 years in the program, they did tests on the students for 4 different subjects. The students in the blue schools were from the control group, the schools where only Thai language was used. The students in the red group are the MLE schools. So again, this is the percentage of their exam scores. So we see that the majority of the blue students got 20 to 30%. So the majority in the normal Thai schools failed, and most of these were boys, whereas the majority in the MLE schools got between 80 and 90%. So as a parent, would you prefer your children to study in the blue school or the red school? The red school. It becomes very obvious. And now this was the students in grade 1. Now they are in grade 6, and the research results have just come in and shows that they are still above the other children. Of special note, in the language, the Thai language, boys in the red schools did 126% better in the Thai test, and girls 156% higher in math. So again, MLE helps language, like Thai language, but also math and science and other subjects. Sometimes the Thai language is used, like in a science lesson. For this, we use what's called the sandwich method. A teacher introduces things in the mother tongue first and explains the key vocabulary. Then a Thai teacher teaches the lesson in Thai, and then the mother tongue teacher comes back and asks the students questions and clarifies problems. So it's not translating. If you just translate, the children go to sleep, or they'll only listen to the things they understand. Their brains just turn off. So you need to plan very carefully what language is used when. Many of the mothers in the village come to spy on the children in their classroom, and they are very happy because they see the progress. Like this mother said, "My first grader reads better than my older children." In some cases, the first graders go home and teach their brothers who are in 6th grade how to read. That's the huge difference that this is making. And not only that, I might say that in the 15 MLE schools, no one's been killed. They haven't been burned down because the community appreciates it and they keep the insurgents away. So far, every morning I see the paper and see another bombing in the south, and I think, oh, I hope it's not our school. And so far it's okay. So then in 2013, we had another conference in Bangkok. Some of you were there. There was a big focus on language rights, language policy, how MLE can bring social harmony. And also we celebrated some new policies in several countries of the area. And that's what I'll go into right now. The first was in Cambodia. Cambodia had MLE pilot projects in 5 languages starting about 13 years ago. And so they followed this process where non-formal projects, and then those non-formal projects eventually were included in government formal schools. And along the way, the government started making more supportive policies. An education law in 2007, guidelines for MLE in 2010, a bilingual education degree in 2013, and just yesterday, the new Multilingual Education National Action Plan that will continue to expand MLE from beyond 5 languages to other languages. And the Cambodians are so excited because they see that they are more advanced than their neighbors in Thailand about this, because Cambodia and Thailand are always in competition. So the Cambodians are happy to be the MLE leaders in Southeast Asia. The Philippines has been an incredible place for MLE activism. Again, looking at the past 10 to 15 years, we see MLE pilot projects in a number of schools, many run by NGOs. In 2009, the Department of Education issued an order making mother tongue-based multilingual education really part of the education system. And then they had what we call a people power movement for MLE. Many different people and organizations got involved. University professors, NGOs, language teachers, and even businessmen. Some businessmen who are frustrated by the low skills of their workers, and they felt something different was needed for education. So in 2013, the Republic Act was passed, which essentially expands MLE from 19 languages to 50 languages. I'll admit that's a little frightening because it's becoming so big so quickly. But it's hopeful as well. All of my friends in the Philippines are very busy. In fact, there was supposed to be a Filipino speaker right after me. She could not come. I don't know, maybe she was too busy with this type of thing. So basically, MLE will be used nationwide, and English is being slightly de-emphasized. Philippines is famous for great English, but they're realizing they need a little less English and more of the mother tongue. Thailand, again, similar process. The pilot projects in 2003, 2007, and then 2013, a special policy for the South. In 2010, the new national language policy, which has been signed by 2 prime ministers, and currently the implementation plan for the national language policy is under development. We've had some coups, some political unrest in Thailand, so it's slowed it down a little bit. But right now, MLE is happening in 9 different languages as of 2010. Myanmar. Now, Myanmar, of course, has had one of the world's longest lasting civil wars between the ethnic groups and the central government. Now they're trying to make peace, but one of the things that the ethnic groups want as part of the peace agreement is also to have their languages in the school. So UNICEF has started a project on this, trying to bring language communities together with local policymakers to decide in their area, in their district, in their state, what should the education policy be? How can the languages be used? And as a result of this, in 2014, there was a new national education law which was very supportive of MLE. Just a few months before that, in July, the law had been very not ethnic language friendly, saying only Burmese and English in schools. So many organizations, UNICEF, Save the Children, as well as domestic NGOs started lobbying, and so they were able to change the law. But in the last few months, the government is starting to back away again and say, oh, we really don't need those languages after all. We'll see. You know, Burma had their election a few days ago, and the opposition party won. So now the big thing will be to see, will the new political powers support MLE or not? One thing we hope will help this, as was mentioned yesterday, in February, there will be an MLE conference in Myanmar. And it's to be international, so they would love to hear case studies from India, from Bangladesh, from other countries here as well. The deadline for abstracts is November 27th. So if you're interested, you can look at this on the website and try to come. It should be very, very exciting. Also in China, you know, many people ask about the link between English and MLE. An Wei Feng has just concluded a large-scale research into minority groups in many different areas of China. And one of the conclusions is the children who have mother tongue do better in Mandarin Chinese and also better in English. So for his marketing in China, he's saying mother tongue is the best way to help with English, because the government values English, of course. And this is going on in other countries as well. Vietnam, Cambodia, East Timor, Bangladesh, and of course here in India, where different types of MLE have been going on for many, many years. I think MLE could become a great Indian export if you share your experiences with other countries in the area. As far as the MLE working group itself, we have a website based at UNESCO Bangkok, and I'd really encourage you to take a look at it. If you are only able to do one thing, sign up for this newsletter. We have a newsletter, I think it's quarterly, that is sent out right now to about 800, maybe 1,000 people. And that tries to bring MLE information from around the world. So there are often articles from India or Pakistan of things that are happening. We also have many different publications, probably about a dozen books about MLE. And some of these are in different languages. This brochure here, for example, is in English and Khmer. We really want more translations. I think there are some things that have been translated to Urdu and some in Malay and Indonesian. But so if you see a publication here and you like it and you want to translate it into your language, we're very, very happy to help make that happen. So again, there's the website, UNESCO Bangkok Multilingual Education. Let's see. Also, as was mentioned yesterday, our next conference will be in October. We're not sure of the exact dates yet, but it will be in Bangkok the 3rd or 4th week. And there will be 4 main tracks. First of all, language and language education, policy and planning. Again, trying to get more policymakers involved. Actually, with all this good news from Cambodia, Philippines, and Thailand, we are seeing more policymakers who are interested, so that's a good sign. The other big thing will be teacher training for MLE. Up till now, most of the projects have done in-service teacher training. We need to talk more about how to get teacher training colleges to prepare people to do MLE. It is encouraging what Carol was saying in, was it Madagascar? That they have the teacher colleges had adopted some MLE, or was that Ethiopia? Ethiopia, okay.
Actually, the direction was in a negative way because it used to be done in local languages and it's not any longer done in local languages.
Okay, so we need to reverse that. Yes. At least now one university in Thailand is offering an MLE specialization for teachers in the local area, and they actually got 320,000 euros from the European Union to set up that program, because the European Union recognizes, that this is a necessary thing for peace building, for academics. Also looking at MLE in early childhood. Some of you might know that early childhood education is now a big issue. It's very popular. Last month there was a huge conference on early childhood in Beijing. So it's getting a lot of attention, a lot of funding. The problem is some governments then think, okay, we'll start the children at age 3 in the national language. A Chinese delegate came to the conference in Beijing and said, we have wonderful bilingual education in China now for the minority children. Starting at age 3, we teach them Mandarin, Chinese, and English. Wonderful bilingual education. And he said, 50% of parents support this. 50% support? What about the other 50%? But again, that's the problem. People think they're doing bilingual or multilingual education when really they're killing the languages. And also we'll be talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, how can we keep language active in the Sustainable Development Goals? As one of the speakers mentioned yesterday, right now there is one statistical indicator for the first time in history talking about, are the children learning in their mother tongue or not? Is that available? I'm personally worried that some countries are going to try to get that deleted from the indicator set. I won't mention the names of those countries, but I have a friend who's from one of those countries. So the MLE working group is trying to talk to the people gathering the statistics and say, you've got to keep this in. We need this information. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. I've been talking very quickly. Maybe you have some questions or comments to share. And oh, also I need to give out these brochures, or maybe. So, questions or comments? Yes. Which book? Material development?
By reading the book, anyone can. Reading the book, the NGOs or private sector or the school committee can develop curriculum or textbook, something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. I do have an e-book that talks about. It's sort of like this small brochure, but much bigger. It explains step by step how to work with the community. So if you would like that, give me your email address, and I will have that emailed to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? And of course, I haven't talked about problems. There are many problems, but I'm trying to be a cheerleader. Yes.
Thank you. As you know, in Pakistan, we have now going on 6 + 2, 8 MLE programs. And we are part of this group as well, the UNESCO Bangkok MLE group. But we are facing one single problem while we privately implementing these projects, as the governments, you know, are not supportive of MLE programs. But what we have noticed in Southeast Asia, they have their programs, MLE programs, for at least 6 years, 8 years, 5 years. But we have only these projects for 2 years, preschooling 2 years. And the big challenges we face while graduating the students from our schools, they go to the other state-owned or private schools, the English medium, so-called English medium schools. So then the MLE, the mother tongue learning is stopped, instruction is stopped, and all our efforts maybe go futile without any result. So I would suggest, I would request you to discuss this issue with the MLE UNESCO group in Bangkok and other stakeholders. If we could be helped, supported to go with these projects up to at grade 5th primary level. So that would be my request to you to convey to them.
Yes. I agree. I think that'd be wonderful. Even with that, there have been some problems, like in Pakistan. UNESCO Bangkok is technically over UNESCO in Pakistan, but for a long time, the UNESCO Pakistan refused to do anything about it. So it's hard. But yeah. Yes, in the back.
Thank you. Thank you for the report from so many places. One of the recommendations I'm going to make to the organizers of this conference is to have a session of influencing policy, of experiences of influencing policy. Yesterday and today, I have met several young participants in the conference who are despairing of the fact that nothing seems to be happening on the ground. One of the takeaways from this presentation, for example, is that it takes at least a decade, if not more, for things to actually materialize in policy. And it would be good to have a session which actually has people who have worked for that decade, 2 decades, and speak of the rhythm of it, that it takes time to have these things come onto the ground.
Right.
So I think that's something we need to systematically give our younger colleagues, younger participants in conferences like this, to not give up, to not despair.
Yes. I think, like I tried to illustrate, it started sometimes there would be special permission just for 1 or 2 schools, and then slowly it built up over time. And the other key thing is that people need to have clear research results for every year, a standard way of testing the children to show, are they really advancing? and also to compare with children in other schools. It's been interesting in the southern Thailand, where we've had very good testing every year. Now some people are saying, well, we look at the MLE kids in grade 6 now and compare to the other children who have been the control school, and we see now they're so low, and could we maybe do a special summertime program to help those kids to come up to the level? So, yeah. Yes. We haven't done a direct comparison with that. It's all been comparing Malay kids to other Malay kids. Boy, I really can't say. It would be hard to say. Well, the way we can compare, grade 6, they have the national test. So in a few months, all the students in the country will do that. So we'll be able to see where they stand.
I just have a question. I mean, I don't have a lot of experience in MLE, so I don't know what you think of this question. There are states in India where, although the language is local, the script is English. And when you talk about communities building the curriculum, I've met people there, and they're not very, they haven't been to schools, they don't have access to electricity, let alone internet or anything else. So you can imagine they're pretty, they're still not so-called developed, even in terms of Indian cities or comparably. So do you think they can develop their own curriculum even then?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I really don't know, and so I'm asking.
Yes. They would need lots of help from outsiders to encourage them and show them how to do it. But I think if a few key people in the community get excited with the idea, they can start, producing things. Often we'll have a workshop with a different topic. Maybe the workshop is writing folk tales. And the first few days, everyone is very scared and they're very hesitant. But then over time, as they develop confidence, suddenly at the end of the week, you have 20 or 30 small books that have been written. And it's really a process of empowerment, because so many of these minority communities believe that they can do nothing, because that's what the bigger society tells them. But as you walk alongside them, help them see the value in their culture and the ways they can use that to help the children, it's often very, very encouraging and yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Thank you.
But it takes a lot of patience in the beginning and working, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kurt. A token of appreciation from the conference, photo of you in full flight.
All right. Thank you.